Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb reporter?
For the past 6 months now.
6 months. Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com.
Yeah.
It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the reporter come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people will get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the reporter, and then they were given the first-hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, When I had the opportunity to have the accounts, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective there, one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes,
yes.
president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay.
No.
But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire. So Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what, I mean, our leaders also need to be, not always about money, but it should also come from the heart.
Okay. Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, I've been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I put the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain words to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain words before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So
okay,
when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put in there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News. Under GhanaWeb News, you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my
it?
phone.
Your phone.
Yes.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop. Yeah. But why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for you. Okay. But you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard. Okay.
And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100+ Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that these 3 publications actually got me 100+ Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also account, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when a Japan was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already, and you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is me after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw actually, but I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, "Are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real?" You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, "Oh yes, I even withdrawed 100 and something Ghana cedis." So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about their opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post, and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish, and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrawed my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again. Just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think? When I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know, but then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog, and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction, and then the body, and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline.
Okay.
Because I'm to writing the article. Mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, it could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even documents. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You would have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator. You are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There is also the aspect of the advocacy or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
This is another exciting edition of Talk Famous. This time around, we are coming live from the AICC Grand Arenas. It's different, yeah, the steez is different and all of that, we know. And that's why we are happy to bring you this fresh feel. We are here with the very beautiful Sugar TT. You look ravishing.
Thank you so
Please
much.
take a good look at her for me. Give us a turn, give us a 360. Woo! Okay, so I can see, as always, you're not your bride. What's the motivation behind that? Why?
My designer chose this outfit. She says, oh, she's House of A.
Okay.
She says, I want you to look this way today. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
So is it the case that all your outfits are without bra? And what's the motivation behind it?
It's not on my outfit anyway.
Okay. So what outfits would you pick to wear and then choose to wear bra?
There are some that I've worn with bra.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't realize.
And there are few, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it that you want your boobs to let loose, to be free, or you just simply advertise for stuff?
No, my designer actually decides.
What to wear?
I don't actually tell her what I want. I'll tell her to create something for me, and then
Okay.
she wears.
I know this is BGMS, but let's have a little chit chat. You just buried your dad. My condolences to you. How did it go? How's the entire thing? I hope it all went well.
Oh, it went well.
Okay. So, do you agree that you've been controversial?
I'm a baby girl.
But do you agree to that though? Because most people see you to be a controversial brand. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, some people just don't understand me, and some people have accepted, some are yet to accept. So, but there have been changes. If I compare now to 2018, there have been massive changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the changes in what aspect?
Positive.
Okay.
A lot of people are accepting that, okay, this is me. I just like to wear what I want to wear, be myself, and nothing bad.
So what do you call yourself?
I'm a model, I'm an actress,
And
a vixen, a video vixen.
there's this word you use, nudist.
I used to be, I'm no more than this. Because
Okay.
now I wear something, I wear a bra and pants, a bikini.
Okay.
There's no
The
nude.
bikinis though, do you advertise for brands or usually?
Yeah, I do advertise for brands.
Okay, so do you get backlash? in your DMs when you post all those things over?
I used to, but not anymore. Now
But how about the men, and how do you handle their attitudes in your DM?
Oh no, now I'm used to them. I won't even lie. I'm so used to them.
You're used to them, huh?
Yeah.
So they still come and offer you all sorts just to... Does it still stand?
I mean, men are moved by what they see, so they'll still come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you roll a lot with the likes of Ifia, Tracy, and Co. What's your actual relationship with them?
Fia is my godmother.
Okay.
Tracy is my big sister, so that is it. Yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you the actual reason why she wasn't present?
Oh yeah. She wasn't around, and then Tracy wasn't also around. She came the same day at the funeral, and the funeral wasn't in that crowd, it was in BA, so it's understandable she couldn't make it.
Okay, you posted a certain video on your page, and then you were like, people are saying you don't have a family.
Yeah.
People are saying you don't have a family. So, how did that happen, and why did you choose to react to that?
Oh, I realized that because of what I do, they think maybe I came from the sea, or maybe I just came to exist because someone said I was Mami Water. So I was like, okay, how? And the person was like, it's not like he has seen me outside before. You don't meet me at the mall, you don't meet me anywhere. I only post pictures, so if I'm human, how come I don't come out?
Wow.
Yeah.
How did you react to that?
Not at all. I was okay. I was 100% okay because it is true. I barely go out. I hate going out. I go out when it's needed.
Okay. Tell us about your social life. Are you dating?
I'm not dating.
Wow, that's really hard to believe. I'm a lady, but I know that's really hard to believe.
How?
Why aren't you dating?
Because I'm not dating.
Why? Any reason? Because a pretty lady like you.
Oh,
but you're not the type that likes tag. You don't like a label. You don't want to be held down by one person.
Oh no, I am. But okay, I'm dating.
A known figure or someone who's...
I don't like known people.
Why?
Oh no, I don't.
But you roll with them a lot.
Yes, but I can't date them.
Why? Because you know what they do, or you know... Oh, okay.
I've never liked any known person. No, I can't be with a known person. I want a reserved person. Yeah, someone who minds his business and just keep making money.
Okay, what's your relationship with Moisha? I see you guys in a video clip, and I see you rolling with her in the video clip. And then I don't know, aside that, you guys are cool, if I understand. So how you must have heard of her condition.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the entire thing, and what do you think should be done about it with regards to now she's all over social media posting and all of that? Do you think she should limit it, or do you think that, what do you actually think about the entire situation?
Oh no, I feel people will always talk regardless. So she should just do what she wants to do. I mean, they will always talk. If you're quiet, she wasn't posting some time ago, and they were all complaining, oh, it's not posting, oh, it's not doing this, oh, it's not doing that.
So now that she's posting, yeah. But have you reached out to her?
No, I haven't yet.
Why?
Nothing personal, I just haven't.
Okay, so take us through your journey. Sugar Titi.
Yeah.
All we saw one day was boom, Sugar Titi was on social media. Where did she come from? So people will not know you came from the sea. She's not from the sea, actually, she's human.
Oh,
so
no,
tell us about yourself.
I was born in the BA.
Okay.
Mim.
Okay.
And I was taken to Kumasi, taken to Takrade, back to Kumasi.
Okay.
Then I moved to Accra.
Okay.
And I decided to do something. So I went to learn makeup, it wasn't working. So I started doing shit for myself, and I realized people liked what I was doing. So
you chose to go that lane.
Yeah.
But then last I think some time back in an interview with Delay, you were speaking on the fact that you had a lot of daddy issues.
Yeah.
How is it now? Is it still the same? Do you suffer relapses from that?
I didn't get the question. You said daddy.
Yeah, daddy issues.
Oh no.
How is that now?
Oh, it's okay. At least he's gone.
What do you mean by at least he's gone?
Oh, no, like, it's not like he's dead. I would have to think that's okay. I have to go to my dad and go and meet my stepmom. You see that kind of thing. So.
But were you guys in good terms?
No, we're not before he died. We were not.
Really?
No, we were not.
How come? Did you try to make amends?
Like, it's a lot. I wouldn't want to go into details, but we were not.
So, did his death hit you?
Oh yeah, I was really sad, especially when I saw his lifeless body laying there like that.
What were some of the questions running through your mind?
Like, is he really gone? He changed. He wasn't the man I knew. When I saw him, I was like, wow, so my daddy is gone.
So how long since you saw him till the time that he died?
Like 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Why? Don't get issues with me because me, I stress issue.
For 7 good years, and then one day you are called that your dad is dead.
Never step on my toe.
How was your reaction? How did you feel? That must be really
Honestly, I was sad. I wouldn't even lie about that. And I was crying, and then my friends took video. People felt it was staged. I didn't react to that very one because I knew how sad I was. You understand? When I saw his lifeless body, oh no, it was bad. Like, I wanted to talk to him, but he looked like a different person. He wasn't the daddy I knew because I learned he was sick before he died, so he changed.
Rumors were flying out there that your dad is a wealthy man and all of that. People are actually arguing. Sugar Titi, okay, so the Sugar Titi you guys were seeing on social media, thinking she has nobody, she's a loner and all of that. Her dad is actually a wealthy man. How true is that?
He was okay.
Is that he owns so and so and so? They were actually mentioning a lot of properties.
Oh, he was okay.
Okay.
He was okay.
So do you see yourself trying to inherit any of those, or you wouldn't dare go that tangent?
Yeah, I'm the first child, so if it comes, fine, but I wouldn't go for it.
What's your relationship with your stepmom, your father's wife? Still some.
I don't want to talk about that one.
So how was the funeral then? If there was no communication, you did your own thing and she also did her own thing.
So we're like, cool, everyone is cool. You're just being in your zone and being in my zone. Everybody is trying to mind their business. Everyone is trying to behave like a civil person, so we're okay.
What has your dad taught you? What's that one lesson that you have learned?
To reconcile with anyone you're not in good terms with, regardless the reason, honestly. Because I really wanted to talk to him. You know, the thing is, my dad was the one motivating me, you understand? When I was being sacked from the house, I wanted to make it and make him feel like, with or without you, I made it.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah, that was the whole thing.
And has that reflected in your life, in your attitude, your character anyway? Do you think that going forward, it's going to make me sober? My father's death is going to make me sober. I'm going to limit some of the things I do. Have you made such decisions?
The thing is, I'll do everything at the right time, you understand? So if I feel like, okay, I want to do this thing now, I'll just stop and do it. If I feel like, okay, I have to still continue with what I'm doing.
Do you have plans of getting married?
Yeah, I believe in marriage. Marriage is a beautiful thing.
Having kids and settling down?
Like one.
One?
Yeah.
You don't spoil your beautiful body?
Oh, not because of that. I'm scared of childbirth.
Oh, I think you should brace yourself for it. Because every woman is going to go there one day. Or you don't.
I pray I meet a man who would understand that we have a surrogate.
Wow. Why would you take the pain to do that though?
Oh no, because I'm scared of childbirth. It's not even because of my body or anything, but a lot of women lose their lives. Like, it's scary.
You're scared?
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of your body, you've heard rumors that you've done liposuction.
Okay. No, I haven't done it.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
No, I haven't.
Look at your waist.
You can train, you get waist training and then got to
You're
the gym.
lying.
I'm not lying.
You celebrities, you really, really lie to us.
How?
Yes, a lot.
No, I don't like what you're doing. No.
You see a celebrity with a big tummy who sells flat tummy too. That's so unfair though. That's so unfair. But okay, well, anyways, I'll believe you if you say you haven't
No,
done
I
it.
haven't, my love. I haven't.
So we should train.
Yeah, train.
For how long?
No, that training should be a lifestyle. It shouldn't be like, okay, I'm training for this month. You get it, when you stop, it will come back. That's the whole thing.
If you have a busy lifestyle in country,
you have to adjust.
So what's your thoughts on liposuction? People, it's not everybody that can train. People want permanent results.
No, so if you want it when you have the money, go for it. I mean, why? Go for it.
So you don't frown on it?
No. Why? Okay. It's your life, it's your decision.
Okay, all right. It's been fun having you on Talk Assignment here on GhanaWeb TV. This has been the beautiful Sugar Titi. She said quite a number of interesting things, and I can't wait for you to see it. This is Talk Assignment live on GhanaWeb TV, and this time around coming from the Grand Arena inside the AICC. We hope to come your way sometime soon. So stay blessed.
I am at Eden Gardens, and just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens, and the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March 1970 to late parents Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbegloshu Road in the premises of Ahmed Cold Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in straight with secondary school, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. It's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend you have time with friends talking and all that. But for me, yes, we had that time too, so we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day, Alberta will have to come home on a Friday, so if you could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Ekusika's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history would change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home, and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Ekusika, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate, and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face, she was angry, what is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Ekusika, eba adwene no be witrim. Wana no ma odama adwene. Erade nhyiraw. De ama enkofo ediban ma weidi. Inya eyi wo babia. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
Unlike a foretaste of what her future would look like, Ekusika grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privilege, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, na me sika he na me wa me ba be teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home, I have order on such and such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, started the car, and all I heard was, "You don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation." I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? "For how long will you stand out?" I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Ben Hinn on telly, and a voice said, "Change the channel," which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, "Change it." I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, "Go for her." I'm like, "Go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that?" Says, "Go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story." I said, "Yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV?" I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the the newsroom, and I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on telly being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Aboso Kain, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Ekusika got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, "Drive to Teshinungwa." So I went out. As I was on the Grader Estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral Commission, for over 7 years. And after that, I went to Gempa to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to Gempa, did few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management, I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown, so we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said, in an interview or a speech given to one university, said you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing since I was home. I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden, clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan. This is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock. I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors and they are like, do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So,
but there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming. She was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop, but because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in, because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said yes. She sat and I took her through the plants. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as You spoke with me. The way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them. I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it?
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to bridge their marriage. It went to put their marriage together. And I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakun's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life, and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning, 5 a.m., he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him, just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met on, we had a platform where we chat. We do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over. We had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there. I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advisors. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bakemiake, O Chonle ni no hame, ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, oh you are done. I said, Asida yenya media, because my gun is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past. What I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Ekusika tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue, because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place. Go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Ekusika tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Sansevieria, right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for bangs, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty, leaving Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
The GFA finally released the verdict on Interlice and then Ashanti Gold considering the match-fixing game that was played at the Linkley Sports Stadium in July 2021. Ashanti Gold and Interlice, they've been relegated or demoted to Division 2, whilst the chairman, the players and others have all been punished respectively. Do you think that the punishment was a bit harsh or the GFA was spot on? Let me hear from you in the comment section as I interact with Ghanaians here at UTC in Accra. My name is Joel Shen and welcome to this episode of the Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. So Ashanti Gold, they've been relegated to Division 2, demoted because of match fixing together with Interlice. They will pay 100,000 Ghana cedis. Do you think that it's a fair punishment?
The punishment is, for my own understanding, the match has been fixed and been played. But if there will be a consideration for them to pay the amount of 100,000 Ghana cedis and pardon them to be in the league, I will be so happy to see that. And also, it has to be a warning to other teams for them to know that this is not good in our league in Ghana here. So they have to give warning to others and pardon them to be in the league. I will be so happy to see that.
All right, but you support Asante Kotoko. One of the players who have been affected by this verdict from the GFA is Richmond Lamptey.
Yeah.
Last season, he was part of the Interlice players who played that particular fixed match. Yeah. He has also been banned from all football-related activity for 2.5 years.
Yeah, you see, in Africa here, I would say that our football, now we are trying to pull it, to make it strong. And rebanding our players that will make us be great. I don't think that it's a good idea. And I'm coming. Another thing is that they have to know the way to consider and make it work for us. Because when the player is banned for 2 years, my brother, he's losing form and he can't perform when he started again. It will be very difficult for him to play. Yeah, so that is my own opinion. Right. And I will be happy to see them do it for us.
All right. Ashanti Gold and then Interlice have been relegated to Division 2 from Ghana Premier League and Division 1 because of their involvement in the match fixing of match day 34 game of the 2020-21 Ghana Premier League game. But we are here at UTC to interact with fans whether the punishment is fair enough or the GFA should have considering the status of Ashanti Gold in the history of Ghana football. Pachomi Mwakwa Baba GhanaWeb TV. So Ashanti Gold in Penifro, Ejomo Kwan say Omunko Division 2. But the Babon say Oma fix a match. It's a punish you.
It's a punish you. The punish you no come. I'm cutting a big team. And you know dear and yet
a big team in the punish you.
Young punish you. But team need omunkem.
And in think I was to say punishment said the moment. Because you see, I would say Division 2 na do mo kono enye ya so na yete Ghana ayese o se obi so ana o ya de a ye punish no se keto ya na punish no sisi ya punish de o ye kese no ene keto ni na ba uzu se nke ni se ye do mo Division 2 da bi nti ka punishment be na enfa mo
ya mo ka no mo kan
ya mo
ka
ya mbo mo ka e ka no kwa no mo ka okay. Can the ya bomb we so bet 200,000 Ghana cedis. Into the 100 na.
No more come.
Okay. Pajo ma menjo so aje.
Meso de enko mu come ga ba fan from the enko mom double.
Intinka omuntu eska no mo double. No mo nka league. But abroche kwa bi esida Juventus. Kama na Steven Apia ho omo je league mienu. Nenso omo hwehwe mo so omo fixe match no we no omo strip omo ko division omo je title from himself
by sa na think omo ye think omo twa mo aso sa na ko mo ka team na omo de we bo omo kokko next time omo say bi mo an fere mo kwa no mo cause this year na we impromptu so at here
division 2 no omo kwa na dey
omo so Premier League no mo bona
Ashgold omo chairman any CEO ono ne bani na omo 10 years any 8 years sounds no metua 50,000 any 100,000 omo no GFS you say we ni na omo plan here omo so omo punishment no ho na omo ya age
oh ende nka ye no omo ya age but team omo kwan de ende nka nye fine ende nka me omo ya age nsa nka omo team ni nka na nka omo no omo fa ono team kwa na omo wait ma hwese no be say no what I say and kwa so twa no de man I think man 10 years they said also
all right, so the two people I spoke to right now, they believe that the punishment to Ashanti Gold, Dr. Kweku Frimpong and his son Emmanuel Frimpong are a bit harsh, so the GFA should review it and then try and reduce it, but Ashanti Gold should not be relegated to the Division 2 of Ghana football. Ashanti Gold and release the free GFA by and say ya che almost all my fix a match and some Division 2 no mun 100,000 Ghana cedis omo punishment who do you say no kwan so ano
no kwan so ano
unya mo ka say hash yambo omo kape na yambo omo kwan no mo ntina league ne mo
yabo omo kan ya mo trema obia susu beye bi e just say ya twa omo so no obia de ahia de
Division 2 na omo kono eyama anase nka usu se nke se punishment ne yemo
ne kwan so anu se ese omo ko Division 2 no na obia be hu se me so me koye bia san so ne so be yem na ma obia hu se sanya man yan so so Ghana
nti woni unya mo no nyaadwe
no ma nyaadwe
so the punishment is good. They should be relegated regardless of their status as a big club in Ghana, so that others will not also repeat this same mistake. Let me move on and then speak to others too. Pacho Ashanti Gold say amino ka say yes starting next season GFS omo Division 2 every say omo game omo ni internalize boy no omo fix it. Punishment no ne kwan so anu no anase ne nke se GFA omba form kakra
ya be oso omba form na omo fani omo nka
na omo kama se ebeme ebinum so akoso ayo
ya be se oso mo de asoswe mo odin ene ma omo so be ya omo obi anya bi
ba omo so omo kwa Division 2 na omo sign 100,000 Ghana cedis o kan no bo ma wo you say e hasha na
ane too much
too much that's how omo fix a game omo egu Ghana football animas
oda mo chuma so ke
omo nji scan keke so Ashanti Gold is getting a bit of support, but don't forget that Interallies have also been relegated to Division 2 from Division 1. But they have spoken to 4 people right now, but the 3 are of the opinion that they should just be made to pay the money and then keep their Premier League status. So we are still asking whether the punishment given to Ashanti Gold and Interallies are too harsh for them to bear. But this fan right here is an Asante Kotoko fan, and I'm also going to ask him about how he feels following the ban on their midfielder Richmond Lamptey. And Patrol Makwa about GhanaWeb TV. So news number say a ban Ashanti Gold or match fixing or money in allies in a saying of fast seven. A hash do and I say punishment almost say no fatane diamomo.
Oh, punishment and then who says a quite almost fast or yes, and I near say Ghana football. Intermedia, Nepal Swan.
On my idea, kind of Mukasa, no say. Then get your mom 200,000 pay. No, I'm colleague in
oh, there be no match fixing. I didn't know because I brought Italy crazy. I'm a Juventus score and no Sabai. Ain't in a Sa 2 or more. As some economy seeing answer. I know, dear. And no one.
It's must start player Richmond Lamptey. No in allies or Bossa game Nibi. This year, no more abandoned so continent 2.5 years. Say, and I'll what says our seminal.
Oh, I am a Nansunanya Bassa. O don't want to match fixing Mudia. A banner account. Then only the American assembly account and Sassenka or Koya Saden. No Koyani at Chewodia. Assembly and you.
What the company for only to me for Sassam so terminating the contract. What will Muntiashi? Or Mundan Quaman Quana, so man in several Neban, non consumer.
Say contract no sign and a bedroom on the contract. Drew on the same way, dear. No, would dear, on better terminating a contract. And because the Abbey, Momania Bando. She knew I be a Omokoya, a Beya. Say, only fast also better now on Motiauka.
So, the decision to ban Interlice and then Ashanti Gold and demote them to their Division 2 is spot on because they were destroying the game. But on Richmond Lamptey, he believes that the player deserves everything that has been given to him because he went in to fix the game with together with all the others who have been banned. So if Kotoko management assess the situation and they think that they cannot handle it, they should terminate his contract so that they can have their peace of mind. Tibajo, Oyo Kotoko ni Ashanti Gold, omoye rivals. Sisi a ye do mo ko Division 2. What is as a medical no? Say na usi feel here.
Oh, media ahame say Ghana say anya sa. Things in our best saying, we are what can and our falik. Tino says, yes, said this as sample. No, Emma, our friends so as you and some monko, yes, I didn't be. To me, then he say,
and see, when your mom can say, punishment, I know she and unti, a mama Ashanti Gold, in 200,000 pay. No more colleague in no more yardway. We know Munyadi. You know, Munyadi, you won't deserve so much because we are to place our ordinary born league. I didn't know to ask a movie. Now influencing and now why point amount in the end okay. Richmond Lamptey players see I banned for 2.5 years. Saying a basic affected Mutino.
Oh, and there you are there and so a number. And young banner there or no so the movie and other number. Intino. I saw service and the idea man the time the son said in Yana back of fun. See, and when we had a penny for Munjan Quayana. Oh, 1 man go. Man go because it's our best ever in the band in the week.
Okay, news I had to say, or sign a female, sir. Waboba Quivi. By the time what's not by the time a band baby and under contract you.
When you so near Papa, Intino. Or Trawanes and a time as soon as you're being Yana, back of fun. Okay. She said a moment Janoquine. The moment Janoquine. On Trawa was in a time of the vessel. To do an so for my back of fun.
Alright, so we are wrapping up on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are asking whether the punishment given to Ashanti Gold, Interlice and the others for fixing a Ghana Premier League game is enough, or you think that the GFA, they've been too harsh on them and then they should review the punishment and then try and reduce it for them. We've already spoken to some people. They believe that they should just be made to pay the 100,000 Ghana cedis and then keep their status in the Premier League and Division 1. Others also believe that even Juventus was relegated for this same offense. Mwakwa baba GhanaWeb TV, so we support the house, we are Kotoko, and we see house in Mamma house in Indikai. More Money Ashanti Gold Besambo. What say yes next season on be Division 2 no. And not feeling say.
Oh, to me no, very very nice. Efina ya ade. Even though Kotokopo as a sanction or the fake penalty against CN. Eti the ordinary referee no say abani referee for
the entire season.
The entire season that's all Kotoko crowd or the point no Kotoko. Or yes I kululu. It has a mo show mu ye. No mutimi ye.
And you see Ashanti Gold, yes from next season or Division 2. Only 100,000 Ghana cedis. The chairman, they are banning for 10 years. CEO, and so 8 years. Omumia almost 200,000, any 50,000. No point so and I say who said I know should do.
Oh, and one on pepe. Even though Yanyasa against me, emphasis so can ye already a soccer no sinking. Not a chumuta, my betrum. Yeah, per se build. Not still more match fees in a baby. I say, Obimu set with scapegoats. Now, it's the best idea, no. Even when 2 years and I'm call 8 years and 10. And also, 8 years and also, at least 15 years. Now, so much chance from Abba.
Okay, my member also, we are Kotokoni, money Ashanti Gold, and Mobo, and Etina Crama, more gamer, Yawa Day, more gamer, some of what's it, Sani, so send our fan. I have my papa because Tim Yin and Ashanti region, nobody, sir. I do a bomb day, make you don't know me, Tessie. Meanwhile, you guys 15 years or no, has into the way they work as or I say 15 years, 8 years, and a dozen at least go face you or 18 can see your power. You can say to me 2 months or 2 months, at least 1 year cry no more. Also, there be any sir, 1 year cry. There be Ghana League in Yanka, Italians. Yeah, but I'm fixing game 4-1 and backfire and OBRT, we share videos in me. I'm going to internalize our movie game. No, me to my share video. Okay, and we have made video. I'm a wife, but punishment, you know, a bit sinker, 100,000 Ghana cedis. But me be so. The Amodiam penny for no, well, go for so. 100,000 no day. So much and I don't say a punishment for 8 years. Ashanti Gold as a football club no. Omo punishment and say bet 100,000 Ghana cedis. No more Division 2. Yes. Chairman Kuku Frimpong and then the CEO Emmanuel Frimpong. Omo punishment and say omo ban football who be for 8 years, any 10 years, almost 50,000, any 100,000 Ghana cedis. Entire license so called Division 2, almost 300,000 Ghana cedis. I see what they are not. It was Ashanti Gold party. Minim the entire almost because they can't say be Ashanti Gold Kotoko, Kifesa. Or when Ashanti Gold accounted on your strong or Ashanti region. The work we Ashanti Gold film. I have been Timushe, no one be from oh, I know the derby, I know the encanism, or quite so my. They said, Ashanti regional, Tim's in Nako Catray. Ashanti go country, to go in that country. Yes, I know. I had it. They say, F and you be from F and you be from power. She was one. All right. I am Pembe Breno, I am not a Yakawa Ghana, say. Here from Kwana, Embredi Oma, and the Yadomofa, I am Black. So, see, Jeffrey, I say. So so Nisa Soma was Subeshi Yepa. Omo Ediama Air Ashanti Gold is next season Aircon Omo Division 2. I know they and I say for the Jeffy at the Ababon tennis. Ah, okay. To me, no, me sure I know the Kakra. By Nanke, the punishment, the more money there. Omo deserve it. Says here, then it is our punishment here at the moment because you're sure Ghana here. Ghana, you're Bolik. Na say kɔ ne ending na match fixing eden Dawson eden ewo match fixing Dawson ewo mu ma ye leg na nya den enye solid eno sa no ma leg na nya solid a e bia ye kɔ ye bo international matches na ade nyina ye ntumi nya den enko ye nim I hope say punishment here the mom no ebe deserve ma next time obi ntumi nya den enkonko ye de omo ye ni. All right, so different opinions, and that is why we do this every Wednesday and Friday on the Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV. This one believes that the punishment, the GFA, they were spot on. My middleman here also thinks that it is a bit too harsh. They should try and then reduce it. He is saying that it's because he's a Kotoko fan. So the sentiment for Ashanti Road is there. But finally, let me come to you. Asante Kotoko, midfielder Richmond Lamptey, no boy into allies or boss I game nibi. I'm more banning for 2.5 years. And no saying a besi affecting with him no.
Oh, Richmond Lamptey, we are or ya deal team in power, Bomodi. The Banner on the China, Asumbe, is it a 2.5 years behind? Oh, yes, you know, you need midfield Pia, you could part to say Richmond Lamptey, Ukutabwa, me papa, what me push for him, I know when to me be found. I saw we be found by Kotoko, that's why you want to
finally, no, my name is Samu, send a season econo, and no man now cost to send a corner. Next year, a super cup, no, a bear has in a Kotoko, Sisia Kotoko, Monam Kwanzo Mokoje Lake, has so a room or FA Cup final, leg in a berry.
Legend they say, okay, they're not dear with that. Bass in the moment function with him, we say, every day or more. FA Cup, the one leg in the Bian, Mr. Kotokoya Ferry. But all cup on a final final. When him, that's also leg in our cabbages games. My ferry cry. Me brother cry. It's a match out of tunnel. Men tomat. O ka se me tomat ja. O ko gina sika me de sika bro. O bi sa first career bro. E dey say league dey obi anu se Kotoko ya fawi. FA finance na ko bodo. Nipa opponent no. Has no unya fawi. It's men fans show team so ko bo Super Cup na wi sa. Ti here dey league na fa Kotoko e dey na so.
FA Cup re.
Oh, has there. Yeah, Kobo with Super Cup, no? Super Cup. And also yeah, so my only problem is Interlat coach never anything.
Interlat coach Felix Abuajo
the punishment here too harsh.
Okay.
Why? Because of Bemu just 3 months. Now almost 50 match before almost.
Yeah, but no, some particular game no. Oh, some particular game no punishing. Almost say no ni movie before the game. Say game no fix one can be behind champion for.
Oh, okay. So to me na too harsh.
Too harsh.
Felix Abuachi no. Or no, we bought professional football for 20 years. It's me sure say obet me in who afra. So much facing him. Allegation with that one.
Okay.
It's a motion no munye we.
All right, mama fa we also FA Cup no has era PBBR.
Okay. FA Cup has ni Bechem no.
Has ni Bechem.
Em say me share Bechem. Omo last match omo boy
omo na
eduana no omo ye very great but as a team a wagidin to me no me hope say has better has beat Mafa FA Cup no na yakọ enim yakọ akọje champions of Super Cup na e ball Ghana say.
All right, so that's how we end this edition of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week's episode, we came here to interact with football fans here at UTC here in Accra. Let me hear from you in the comment section. The punishment to Ashanti Gold in Talas and the official. Do you think that it's a bit too harsh, or you think that the GFA was spot on and this are the kind of punishment we need to make sure that our game is clean? My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks for joining me here. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Morning, how are you doing? We are going on a trip. We are back again, Charlie. So I am going on a trip together with 2 YouTubers, for I'm going to be meeting them for the first time. And today I decided to pack with you. This is my backpack I'm going to be using. We are going to spend just a day or two. So as you can see, I don't have much, but of course, since I'm packing with you, let's see what's going inside my bag. I have here my backpack, which I've had for some time now, and a fanny pack, which I would keep my money and my few things I will need handy, so I don't have to go into this bag. I'm going to start with the shoes. Since I'm not wearing shoes, we are going by public transport, so I would want to wear slippers to be very comfortable. So I'm going to start with the shoes. Then next is clothes. More clothes. I have here just shorts, my nightwear, some extra clothes, which is going to go in first. Since my things are not a lot, I'll just be packing them inside because then I have here face towel, which I'll use one for my face, one for my body, because I don't want to carry a very big towel. And I have here a bag, a mini bag, which I'll use to carry my things if I leave my backpack in the hotel. So this is it. I have here 2 bikinis because a girl doesn't know which of them she would want to use. When I get there and I feel like I need something more colorful, I go for the orange. If I need something more calm, then I can go for the white. So I carry 2 bikinis. I have here my hiking clothes. I took 2 just in case I don't feel like wearing this. I can wear this for another day. So 2 hiking clothes, because where we are going is going to require seeing a waterfall and hiking. So guys, hit me in the comment section. Where do you think I am going with 2 ladies? Let me know in the comment section. Before we get there, let me know in the comment section. So yeah, I have here my stuff. One thing I like about this backpack is the fact that you can carry as many clothes as possible. You just have to keep pushing them. When you fold them well, you can use this bag for a week. Like, things that it's going to serve you for a week can enter this bag. That's one thing I like about this bag. It's time for my toiletries. Inside my toiletry bag is deodorant, body cream, hair cream, girly things, toothbrush, Pepsodent, perfume, sponge. This is the African sponge. This is the kind of sponge you use. If you haven't seen this sponge before, it's very common in Africa. We use this and it's been very fine over the years. So we don't really use foam. This is what we use. I'm sure some of you that are not used to the African style is going to come for me. But yeah, this is the typical African sponge. I have here my coconut oil, which I poured because the container is so big. These are some few things I got from the hotel I was staying before, like the conditioner, which I'll use for my hair just in case I wet my hair. Then sewing kit. This is very easy. Like the one I have, I always have to put it into something, but this is like easy to carry. So yeah, I'm taking this, which I got from a hotel when I was in South Africa. Then shoe mitt, just to clean my shoes if it's dirty. So that's it inside my little, and soap, bathing soap. So this is what is inside my toiletry bag. And the reason why I kept them all in a bag is I don't want a situation where I would be struggling to look for a particular thing. So everything goes into this bag, Then of course my panties. That's my panties. Then we are currently in the rainy season. The rain started last month, June, so we are currently in the rainy season, so it's very advisable to carry umbrella. I got this umbrella at a friend's engagement. So yeah, talk about being a travel content creator. Of course I have to pack my my filming gears. Number 1 is my power bank. I always don't forget my power bank, because in case I find myself in a place where there is no light, at least I can charge my phone. Even if my camera is off, at least my phone should be on always. One thing I always don't forget is a fully charged power bank. I have here my bandage just in case I get hurt. Since I'm going hiking, I have this. Oh, I forgot to take my medication, so I'm going to take painkillers and then deep spray just in case I get hurt or anyone gets hurt. So this is my this can go in on the side. I'm going to pack my drone. This is my drone. This is the drone I use. It's a mini drone. So yeah, in case you are wondering if it's the same drone that crashed in South Africa, yes, it's the same drone that crashed in South Africa. I got it repaired. I have here my chargers, which I'm going to keep in my bag and keep the head in my backpack. GoPro batteries, which I'm using now. These are my GoPro batteries. Remember I told you it's a rainy season, so this is for my phone case, just like waterproof phone case, just in case it's raining and I still want to use my phone. I can use this, so I carry this just in case. I don't want to be surprised by the rain because this weather. And I have here more chargers, and of course the most important thing, this thing came very handy when I went to SA, because SA's socket is different from our socket. Ours is the 3-pin, but they use the a different kind of pin. Even in Cote d'Ivoire, Cote d'Ivoire's style is very different. It's a round, which is not very common. Something very hardy. I got this from Banana at Accra Mall. So yeah, you can get yours. So yeah, and of course my AirPods. And I carried, for safety, I carried knife, and it has everything, scissors, everything, and a torchlight because maybe, I don't know where I'll find myself in the evening. So this will go into my handbag. I'm going hiking, I'm carrying my water bottle. I would get water, I'll fill it with water. Then, of course, I have to carry my purse and money, which I always say that anytime you're traveling, you're going to spread your money across. So, I have budgeted 500 cedis for this trip. And one thing you should also know is in Ghana, there are some places that you have to carry cash, because imagine finding yourself in like the remote of places and you think your card will work. Please just carry cash. So I'm going to spread my cash all over. One is going to be somewhere, one is going to be somewhere, just in case something doesn't go right. At least I won't find myself that stranded. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do with my cash. The last thing is to carry my shades. Should I go in for this or I hope you enjoyed this short pack with me, and yeah, so I'm ready for the trip. Let's go. Meet my friends. Hi. So you see, girls and timing, they are always late. I told them to meet me at the station at 9, and guess what? It's 10:25.
Sorry, guys.
Let's go. Yeah. So we are going to catch the bus.
Traffic.
No, that's no excuse.
I am sorry.
So we are currently at the Medina station to pick a Hohoi bus. Another option to get a bus to Hohoi is Accra main station, and the closest was Medina. This cost us 72 Ghana cedis each. Stop at this place where you can go pee at the back here and then buy hot oven bread. Is a very popular bread here around. I think around Koforidra and all that.
Oh my god, this journey has just been so stressful. Don't rest my head. But it's been fun. I've been enjoying seeing a lot of things. A lot of mango trees.
And then and then the landscapes. We saw a lot of beautiful landscapes.
It's so beautiful. Like I was feeling those mango plantations. Like I wanted to sleep, but I'm like, it's so beautiful. Don't sleep, just look around you.
So I haven't really used this route before. Anytime I go towards the Volta region, I use the other side from Tema.
Yes. Route
yes.
That you
But this route they use through Dodowa, which I think is not bad at all. So we are currently at Antikoku. We are going to cross the Adome Bridge. I mean, I know you all have seen it several times, but if you haven't, you get to see it again. So I got myself soap So we're currently at Hohoi station and it's raining. It's been raining for some time. And so we're going to get another vehicle. We are just about 15 minutes to the waterfall. So we're going to get another car We got a loading taxi from Hohoi station to our hotel, which is close to Buli Waterfalls. All we needed to do was to just ask the people around. One thing about Ghana is everybody is willing to help, so you don't have a problem when it comes to directions. So we paid 15 Ghana cedis each for the taxi. One other gentleman joined us, and the taxi driver was such a cool man. It's easy to get a loading taxi once you're out of the city. So guys, I'm having a discussion with the taxi driver. He says Buli Waterfalls is still part of Volta region. Of course. It's not OT. No. So which part is like the OT?
Yes. So Likpe, from Likpe going to the other side is for OT. It's part of OT. But then from Buli down to Fodome to Hohoi is part of Volta region.
Wow. So I thought I was going to OT region. I'm sure you all know by now. But then it happens we are still in the Volta region. So we are finally here at Buli. It's very close to Buli Waterfalls, and this is where I'm going to be spending. In fact, we are going to be spending a night. So let's see how the place. So this is going to be our room for the night, and it comes with a double bed, and I asked for an extra bed, so I think this is where I'm going to sleep. So this is how it looks like. Let's see the bathroom, and yeah, such a simple place. Oh, the bathroom is really spacious. This is how it looks like. This is gonna be our night. Our room for the night.
Yeah,
so yeah, I'm super excited. Do you like the place?
Yeah.
So was it a good choice?
Yes. We have 2 ladies and 1 snake. The snake will be sleeping on the floor.
That's me. So yeah, I think their rooms are very affordable. That room costs 220 cedis, and the place is very serene. And the fact that it's close to Buli Waterfalls, that's one of the things. That's the reason why I like the place. So yeah, I hope you are enjoying my vlog so far. How the place looks like. It's quite a beautiful place, very green. Just came. I ordered banku and tilapia, and she's having jollof and tilapia. You're already eating with her cat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning from the Buli Heights Hotel, and this is how it looks from here. Very serene. It rained yesterday. I already mentioned that it's we're in a rainy season. We are going hiking. And of course you all are coming along. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here now. And I'm waiting for the girls. I'm always the earliest person. Like, I think I'm the only one used to like waking up early, finishing up. The rest are like doing their face, they're doing this, doing that. This is my outfit for today. And yeah, so let's go have breakfast, and yeah, that will be the end of this vlog. And in my next vlog, I'm going to share my experience with the Buli Waterfalls. I'm hoping to hike to the upper falls, so expect that in my next video. I love you. So our breakfast is ready, complimentary breakfast, and this is the girls, and they are there taking pictures. Hi Vanessa. Hi baby. Hi darling. So yeah, we are going to have breakfast and leave. So guys, let me know in the comment section which part of this hotel do you like. I personally like the fact that it's so green and it's very close to my final destination, which is the Buli Waterfalls. So you're all invited. Let me know in the comment section which place of this hotel you like. You're all invited.
come with like sleeping.
Vanessa didn't sleep. What happened? What went wrong?
See, my system is very terrible. If I'm outside my house, I think my body knows I'm outside. So I'll be like sleep deprived. And normally I'm like in night crawler, so I sleep very late.
I think when I find myself, I'm used to finding myself at different places and sleeping. I try to sleep. I try to sleep because I know I have a long day today.
I was having difficulty sleeping also because the good lady was on
let me
TikTok.
know in the comment section.
I wasn't on TikTok.
You were on TikTok.
I wasn't on TikTok.
When you find yourself at a new place, can you sleep on the first night? Let me know in the comment section. Obviously, I'm going to explore the waterfalls in my next video. So yeah, this is the place. Look at me. Behind me is a mountain and I'm super excited. I hope you enjoyed watching today's vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you. You're my favorite person. It's good to be back. It's good to be vlogging and exploring beautiful places in Ghana. I've been here several times and of course I don't mind taking you all along again and again. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Mwah. This is my favorite region. Come, let's go. So meet my friends
Ondiro
and
Vanessa.
And guys, we are going hiking. I'm paying 90 cedis. So you pay more if you are going to go to the upper falls. So the lower falls is how much? 15 cedis. Oh. Waterfalls is the highest waterfall in Ghana and the tallest in West Africa. It's locally called Agumacha, which means allow me to flow. It's located in the Volta region, about 4 hours drive from Accra.
45 minutes to the lower falls.
Okay.
And we're crossing 9 bridges on the way. And Evely Falls is the highest waterfalls in West Africa. And we are if we talk about the height, we are the 3rd highest waterfalls in the world. If we talk about the big or the size of it, we are the 4th biggest waterfalls in the world. We have the 1st highest waterfalls in the world. It is in Venezuela, called Angel Falls. Then we have the Victoria Waterfalls between Zimbabwe and Zambia. Then we have 3 waterfalls over here. But if we talk about the biggest one, we are the 3rd. We are the 4th. Because we have the Niagara Falls between America and Canada. Very big, very wide.
Wide, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have again we go to the Angel Waterfalls and come to the Victoria Waterfalls. So if you talk about the height, we're the 3rd. You talk about the size
width.
Then we are the 4th in the world. And the height of the lower falls is 143 meters.
Okay.
Not above the sea level because we are already at the top. You know? If you watch the Ghana map or you study Ghana map very well, it starts from here all the way from the north down to the coast. So we are already at the top. Yeah, and both waterfalls is having a swimming pool which you can swim inside. And at the lower falls we have the fruit bat, 1,000+ of them hanging on the rocks over there. A lot over there. And then when you go into the upper falls, it's hiking. And I'm going to sweat a lot like pregnant fish. I always say this. Yeah. So when you go into the upper falls, you'll be taking a lot of pictures as
we go.
Yeah, as we go.
For somebody who has been here several times, this place doesn't get boring. And it's in the rainy season, so this is the best time to even come. The whole place is green. How long have you been doing this, Wisdom? Anyway, guys, this is our tour guide. Can't you see how handsome he is? He's called Wisdom.
Yeah.
And Wisdom, how long have you been doing this?
9 years now.
9 years now.
Yeah.
Wow. And guess what? We are all in sneakers. This is my shoe. And look at him. He is wearing slippers. Why are you wearing slippers? Oh, you're used to it.
Yeah, first of all, I'm used to it.
He's comfortable with the slippers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's go. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm gonna test, like, this is where I become a Kenyan. This is where my Kenyan genes come through. I have to show the Ghanaian and the Nigerian that Kenyans are runners.
All right.
I am representing a whole country.
I like the energy. Vanessa.
I'm the Nigerian. I'm the lazy one, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited about the waterfall, but not about the hiking part.
Okay, let's go.
It's about to be exciting.
Yay! So the place has changed. This is the recreational facility here for kids, for sitting. This is the second bridge. So we are going to use another route. There are so many routes to the upper falls. Yeah. We are going to use one of these routes, and yeah, this is how it looks. This is like a small trail from here, and I really like the sound. Guys, listen closely.
It's so calming. It has a calming effect. Oh
you
my
know,
God.
it's so calm, relaxing, and yeah.
Turmeric.
Yes, I know turmeric.
This is turmeric.
This is turmeric plant?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So, guys, this is what.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh turmeric.
Yeah.
I'm taking this
I'll
home.
need it.
Okay.
I'll put all of this.
Very,
call it tear gas.
This is pepper. This is a young one.
Very, 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 very hot.
It's not young, go. This is ripe already.
It's not ripe.
And then this one is not planted by anybody, by the birds, by animals. Yeah. Very, 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 very. Hey,
very spicy.
Don't joke. Don't joke.
So we've really started hiking. We keep going higher and higher and higher, and yeah, the trails are so beautiful. The fact that you get to see so many vegetables, fruits, and yeah, this is a palm tree. So we have sticks to help us. Here, take one. And this is what we are going to be using.
So they give us walking stick.
It's not easy at all.
Oh my goodness.
We are now starting, and it feels as though this is the view from here. How do you feel?
Good.
She says she feels good. Let's go, guys. This is our first rest stop.
Don't follow.
And the view here is so beautiful.
Right here. Just raise it like this. Go down.
So take this up, and yeah, there we go.
Nigeria cannot carry last. The Kenyan is the last one.
The Kenyan who's not even using a stick. The Kenyan who's not sweating. The Kenyan who's taking their videos. This lady's okay.
Just to the top. Then
So we are almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. And then the rest are not difficult again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. About some 10 minutes walk are not difficult. From here, it's difficult to get to the top over there. But the rest, about 10 minutes walk is not difficult. Then from there, if you still have the capacity, then you start the rail.
Wow, this is amazing.
It's amazing.
Just look at the view behind me.
Oh my goodness, I'm seeing this for the first time. Yeah? Since I've just been looking for
This is so beautiful.
Oh
very breathtaking.
Oh.
Is this worth it? A big yes. We are almost there. This is the view. Guys, look at the distance we've been able to cover. We came from the town here and we've been walking up the mountain. And now we are here. Cheers, guys! Hey! Time for a water break. Cheers, guys. I needed this that much. I could drink water all day here. The view is breathtaking, and the fact that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. I love it here. I'll encourage everyone, anytime you come to Blue Waterfalls, don't only go to the lower falls, climb up. Because, yeah, if you're a hike person, this is a must. So after an hour hike, we made it to the first upper fall, but we couldn't continue to the upper falls because we were all tired. The upper falls is going to take another extra 1 hour 30 minutes to get there, depending on how fast we are. We couldn't make it. We just had to stop here and enjoy the view. We are heading back to the lower falls, which is going to take another hour, depending on how fast we go. So guys, we are currently descending back. I really like the atmosphere here. The place is so beautiful. So if you are a really hike person, you can go to the upper falls. This is like the first upper fall. There's another upper falls where you see the shorter waterfall, and then you can swim. But we are not so much of a hiker, so this is where we ended up, and the place is so beautiful. If you can't do the upper, I encourage you to do what we did. It is stressful, but not that stressful. You can do it. I did it. You can do it. So let's go back and head back to the waterfall. I hope you're excited. I hope you're enjoying this vlog. Let me know so far if you're enjoying this video. Let's go.
I can trust you guys enough.
So we are descending, and I've decided to take you guys along. The view is, I just keep saying, the view is breathtaking. The view is. Let's go, guys. Let's go. This is also a cassava plant, if you haven't seen some before. Yeah.
This is coffee.
This is coffee?
Yep.
Oh, this is how it looks like?
Yep.
Oh, is it matured enough?
Yeah, but when it's ready to pluck, then it will turn to something like bread.
Bread. Oh, okay. So for all the coffee lovers, here you go.
This is coffee. Yeah.
Ah, I'm not really a coffee person, so you won't get me on that.
The smell of coffee.
You heard the smell of coffee?
Yeah.
Ah. Waterfalls, and it's so beautiful. So I'm changing into my bikini. You guys remember this bikini? I rocked it in Bali. So I'm here about to take some pictures and enjoy nature. Come along, let's go. And oh, mind you, the water is so cold. It's so cold. Even though this is the best time to come, it's also so cold. Able to fly the drone here. It kept giving me bad signal. So yeah, this is Blue Waterfalls and I love it here. Woo! But guys, this is not a swimmable waterfall, and there are a lot of rocks here, so you might as well as come here with your rock shoes. It's time to go back, and it's going to take another 30 to 40 minutes more, depending on how fast you go. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. So all too soon we are heading back to where we started, and yeah, this is the first bridge we have just crossed. 8 more to go. Catch you on the other side. How many? Ah, that's the second one. Oh, so we have 6 more to go. Yeah. The end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I'm done. I had some mangoes. I also have here some boiled granite, and yeah, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section which part you enjoyed most. Until next time on my next video, I love you all from the Volta region. Mwah.
Previously on People and Places.
This the highest peak on the Mogo Hill. Part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. We have the olive baboon and then the leather spot nose monkey.
Those were a few highlights. Now, the adventure continues. Stay with us and enjoy. So thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are still at the Shai Hills Resource Reserve. Now we continue our tour with Ishmael, and as a stunt, we are at the Sayu Hills. This place has another unique story, and we'll get right to it. So, what do we have here?
Yeah, so the Sayu Cave was once the tribal chief palace of the Shai.
Okay.
So when I say tribal, 4 tribes that lived here, occupying around the various caves, mostly, basically from Manya, Ajuku, Hiwoyo, and then the Sayu.
Okay.
So the tribal chief was residing in the cave. Now,
the tribal chief was the chief of all the 4 tribes.
All the 4 tribes.
Okay.
Now it's believed that they are living now in Kodiabe, close to the reserve, about 5 kilometers drive
From
west
here.
side
Oh,
of the
okay.
reserve.
So they moved from here.
They moved from
settled
here.
there.
Yes, please. But history has it all that one can only visit the king or the chief when there is a leaf like this, a leaflet on your lip.
Okay.
In that way, when they see the leaflet on your lip, you will not be harmed. And then they believe that you know their customs and traditions.
Oh.
And then you are coming in with right motive and peace. And then the last of it all, which is key for them, was that when they see the leaf on your lip, it tells that whatever you see here is a hidden truth that you will not go and expose or tell anyone. And hence you'll be allowed to enter the cave.
The cave.
Interestingly, the cave has only one main entrance.
Oh, okay.
Aside the main entrance, there's no other place that one can pass to the cave.
Before you go into the chambers, who discovered this place?
I think they just walked and then they stayed here.
Oh, okay.
But the history tells that they were once hunter-gatherers who lived here, but their history is not known. So the Shai people came in and drove them away and then took the
their
place.
place. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. We'll learn more about it as we see the place.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is the main entrance to the cave, where they go with their back.
They go with their back.
Yes, the leaf will be on your lip, then you go with your back. The focus was war-minded people, you know. They were like people who can easily come in and take the place from them, since they also took it from others.
Somebody else, okay.
So their focus is, as you go, you watch around, even though the warriors were here on top, but you watch around to see if people are coming. You scream for help or you shout so that the warriors can come in and defend.
Oh, okay.
So they cross here with their back. And
And
aside this place, there's no other place that one can pass through to the cave.
So this is the main entrance.
To the cave.
Right. Is that the same routine they follow when they come?
Yeah, in the
now?
olden days. No, now it is abolished. We don't go with our back. We don't have the leaves on our legs.
So they just come like normal to tour the place. They don't do any rides.
Well, so yeah, so what we have realized is, you know, the transferring of the knowledge from one generation to the other sometimes spoils the trend. So for them, some of them don't even know as to
what it was,
what they are supposed to do, but others also know. So some does it generally when they come. Some also don't know the significance of doing those things. Yeah.
All right.
But when tourists comes here, we just tell them, but we tell them
and
they
then
are
they go in
abolished.
like normal. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And as we go, we will smell different scent from the bat guano.
Bat what?
Guano, that is the fecal content of the bat.
This is how the front part of the cave looks like. We are going to take this road or this path and move to the very first chamber. And as we go, we'll talk.
So you see the guano, the fecal content of the bats.
Oh, okay.
They are a good source of fertilizer.
I see.
So what happens is that these are insect-eating bats.
Okay.
So they are very active in the night. They come out to peck the sleeping insects. So their activity also attracts the insects in the daytime because the scent will, attract them. Then they feed on them.
Oh,
and
okay.
These bats in ecology, they are called keystone species. That is species which are very delicate, and their absence from the ecosystem, the whole system, can break the ecosystem.
How?
Because, you know, insects are the most ubiquitous species of animals in the world. And so when I say ubiquitous, they are everywhere, and they are millions, trillions. So in order for this species to be regulated, they need
someone that will feed on them.
some others to feed on. So bats is one of them, and then pangolins.
Okay.
They feed on these insects to regulate their population so that they will not, exceed and break everything.
Okay.
So they are very unique and important. The fruit-eating bat at 37.2, they also help in what?
Regulating.
They help in dispersal of seeds, and hence germination as well. So bats are very unique.
Sure. So what you are telling me in effect is that now all 3 caves have been taken over by bats?
No, this cave has a lot of the bats, but the other caves, they have very few bat species because those 3 caves cannot be compared to this huge one. They are very small in sizes.
Oh, okay. But this is the first cave.
Yeah,
the first chamber.
The first chamber, we are ending at the first chamber, and then this is the second chamber.
Oh, okay. So where we moved from
is the first chamber to this place.
Right.
And then the second chamber ends here. This whole place is second chamber.
Oh, okay.
And then the third chamber goes through the small hole, go to left.
So the second chamber has most of the bats, or the first?
The third chamber.
The third.
Yeah, the third chamber has. But then they move to the first chamber in the night to peck sleeping insects. So this is how the whole settings was like. In the olden days, they covered this whole place with boulders. And then there was small entrance
for
people.
Yeah,
where the king, because here was for the king.
Okay.
And you see the ficus plant, these ones are called Ficus abutifolia. On top you can see some of the plant there.
Okay.
So it develops all this way. And then they use it as a way to climb, as a spy point up.
Oh, yeah.
So when they are up there, and then they see people coming to attack them, they decline and pack themselves behind the packed stones. When they come, when they come and they can scare them with that, then they pull or push the stones on them. But then we cut them. Some of the roots got collapsed, and others too were very weak. And students, when they come, a lot of them want to climb at a time, same time. So we just avoided the climbers. And then we replaced this with the ladder. So in case you want to go to the spy point, somehow scary, but you can actually do it.
Okay.
And so this ends the conversation with the first chamber.
All right.
The second chamber also has the stool of the chief, which is this one. So the natural stone that he sits on. So here is just like an assembly ground for the king. You can sit on maybe as the queen mother of Kodiabe.
Okay.
And then there we can, after sitting on, we can go to the third chamber.
This is too high for me.
Oh, so let me show you how you. One hand of yours will be here, the other one will be here. So this one, 10.
Like that?
Take off your phone. It can crack. Then, okay. How is it? It's not comfortable.
Yep.
So
this is me on the natural stool, which is actually a rock of the then Kodiabe.
The tribal chief.
Tribal chief. Okay. These bats, are they harmful to humans?
They are not, but you know, bats have a lot of viral infections or pathogens. So, but they are not harmful to humans. They cannot beat you, they cannot peck on you. But when you are closer to them, you need to be careful with the way you touch them. Because they are wild.
Yeah.
Anything is possible to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see the very difficult third chamber, of which. So this is how we do it. Just touch the rock and then come slowly. But then, so there were no bats here when the shy people were here.
Oh, okay. Because there were humans here.
Yeah, and then there were activities like burning and making noise when they left here, and then the bats occupied. You can see from here. So that's the third chamber. It goes deep.
Oh.
Hope you can see there. A lot of them.
Okay. That's how you call them?
Yeah, sometimes you just make a little noise.
To stir them up. Wow.
And hence the name Bat Cave, because the place houses like millions of bats. We can actually enter, but you know it's full of guano. You can step in and it will be all over you.
I think we are fine here. Yeah, we can see the bats from here, so that's fine. But you never know. I mean, if you are more adventurous than I am and you come here, you can choose to go with Ishmael or anyone else who will take you around into the bat cave.
Okay, so we can still go and climb to the
top.
It's like the Mogo Hill, the view.
Okay.
But it's a very small area.
Right.
And a little bit scarier than the Mogo Hill.
Oh, okay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
The Ghanaian currency, cedi, was coined from the Akan word cedie, which means cowries.
So, let me just warn you, for people who are like me, you need to eat well before you come here because it takes a lot of energy to do this.
So when you get here, this is how you position your
Okay.
So your right foot should be on the ficus root here. Then your left foot should be here.
Okay.
Then you hook, look at your hands here. Then you lift yourself.
What? People, if you don't have Vim, you can watch your friends do it from afar.
I hope you saw how I did it. No,
like that. Like this. Then I hold this.
Yeah.
Then here.
Yeah.
Oh. We are going to the top of the hill. Okay, so this hill is higher than the Mogo Hill.
You can see the Mogo Hill from here.
Oh, that's it.
And so here is the aspire point where the warriors sit in the olden days. Just to
guard
check
the
around.
place. Wow, this is a very good point.
But very difficult to get here.
Definitely. I'm sure it was also strategic because before the enemy comes here.
Yeah, then they know because they can see afar.
Yeah.
So they can better plan off. And there were the trees were very few, especially there was no neem tree. So you could see far than this. Neem
So
trees
this
were
entire
introduced.
place was clear.
Yes, it was clear.
So it was just vast land. Wow. Guys, it's difficult to get here, but if you're able to make it, I think it's worth it because the view is really, really cool. It's really cool. You can actually see, like he said, the Mogo Hill, which looks a lot smaller from here. So this is like a step higher. You should try this sometime. So that's the Sayu story, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so, where are we going to next?
So from here, we'll go to the Depot Rock.
where they perform their final.
Yes, then we go to
puberty, right?
The farm, the animal farm.
Animal farm, and then the museum.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get the video going. We are at the entrance to the Depot Rock. This is where the girls who used to camp at the Mogo Hills, this is where they come to complete their puberty rites, and after here they can be qualified for marriage because they are seen to have gone through the puberty rites and have been successful. So Ishmael is taking us to see the place.
So you can actually see some broken pots, so broken bottles all over here. So they mix it with the old drink, schnapp and others. Oh. They mix the water with it and then they use it to bath them. And you can see the grooves. So they pour the drink into the water. Ah. You can see the grooves all over here. And this,
whatever they were doing there, they were doing here.
Yes. Because of it not being used for a long period of time, that's why you see. But when it's raining, you see the whole place is full up, and this water is always it doesn't get dried. Oh. But we don't drain it for a long period of time, so many years.
What did they use this water for, though?
So in those days, it was clean water where they bath the ladies, fetch it and bath the ladies with it, and then they put the beads, then the colorful things on them. So you can see here they just make it so like the grooves are more smaller in size. Yeah.
Because this is where they were making the items.
So after bathing them, then they grind and put it on them, and then they dance. The background is there, where they dance for the final rite. But this water sustains for the whole of the year round, and it's always full. Because of the dry season, that is why you see it in this way. They sit on the stone, which they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Is that it?
No, they took it away when they were sacked.
Okay.
And there are two indications. If you are virgin, you get up easily. If you are not a virgin, you get stuck to the rock.
They took the rock away?
Yeah, so when they were sacked, they took the rock away.
Oh, wow. Well, it was something that could be moved?
Oh yeah, it's very small rock because you can just always they cover it with the skin of the antelope. Oh, so they took it away. Yeah. But the main focus was to test whether the girls are really virgins or not. Oh. And in that way, if you are not a virgin, they perform some rite, and when you get up, you are banned or sacked from the tribe. Oh, wow. Or you join the people within the tribe that have the mark that they were not virgins, but you pass through the rites. And in that way, you will not be regarded as one of them. Be it giving birth, marrying, or dying, they will not regard you as, they regard you as an unclean person within their setting.
Okay.
And it also creates, it's a form of honor for the younger girls.
Join us in the next and final episode of the Shy Hills Adventure as we explore the animal farm, museum, and visit the home of the newest additions, the African pythons, all on people and places.
Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Didn't do it well, so it's falling. Honorable members, my office received a message from His Excellency the President on Thursday. You recall Parliament did not sit on Friday. Even though belated, the statement has to be put on record. The statement containing the message is dated 26 June 2022. And it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be country to Lisbon, Portugal, in the evening of Sunday, 26 June 2022, to lead Ghana's delegation to the 2022 United Nations Ocean Conference at the invitation of His Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, to be held from 27 June 2022 to 1 July 2022. I'll return to Ghana in the afternoon of Wednesday, 29 June 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, it's important that I inform the public before I read a formal communication to you that this morning both the majority and minority caucuses held marathon meetings to try to discuss a few issues. Then after that, the pre-sitting meeting, usually referred to as conclave of leaders, placed in my lobby. And so this explains why Parliament is starting business today at this time. I hope members will have the time to sit through. We have agreed on a number of businesses we have to transact today, both public and members' business. And so I urge you all to stay maybe up to 4 or 5 today. Now, a formal communication. And this is a communication on the National Food Buffer Stock Company and the Ghana School Feeding Program, which I personally undertook surprise visits to the 2 entities. Honorable members, a matter of concern and of public interest has been brought to my attention in the aftermath of the caterers of the school feeding program's recent protest and strike action. This necessitates some light shedding on the issues raised by the caterers in order to ensure that food, an essential requirement for life itself, is made readily available to the vulnerable school-going children in our country. The caterers, who ceased operations in May of this year, are requesting that their grants be increased from 0.97 pesos to 3 Ghana cedis per child per meal. A number of them have also threatened to terminate their contracts entirely due to months of non-payment of arrears by the government. I am aware of the extent to which the non-payment of these arrears is affecting school enrollment attendance, particularly in rural communities. We, as members of Parliament, have all accepted the truism that children and youth are the wealth of a nation. The situation we are in now affects the vulnerable school children and future leaders of this country. As political leaders, we seem to be prioritizing political development over economic development. We are neglecting a significant resource of development, that is, the people. As MPs, we cannot fold our arms or follow partisan lines and positions whilst Rome burns. As you are all aware, Parliament is a primary democratic institution which represents the people of this country. Parliament is the only constitutional, mandated, and legitimate authority to call government to order and to put things right. We must resolve here and now to act quickly and decisively on this matter. It is for this reason that on the 23rd of June 2022, as part of Parliament's oversight responsibility, specifically post-legislative scrutiny function, I paid a surprise visit to the National Food Buffer Stock Company and the School Feeding Program Secretariat to understand and obtain first-hand information on the state of affairs, as well as assess the situation on the ground. I needed empirical prima facie evidence in order to guide the House on a proper response to this challenge. My first stop was at the National Food Buffer Stock Company, where I met with the Chief Executive Officer, Alhaji Hanan Abdul Wahab, management and staff of the company. The Chief Executive Officer gave a detailed brief of the operations and highlighted the company's challenges in areas such as stocking for government use, recent price increases in food items, which have stalled the government initiative to roll out plans for price stabilization of goods and services, and the inability of the company to stock, to name a few. He was not happy that the viability and efficacy of such laudable programs are being affected by lack of funding, thus compelling management to access funding from commercial sources, such as the Agri Development Bank Limited. Honorable members, the story was similar at the Ghana School Feeding Program Secretariat. During my interaction with the national coordinator, Mrs. Gertrude Kwashiga, in the presence of her management team, she bemoaned the Ministry of Finance's inability to pay the caterers on time, but forcefully insisted that the information in the public domain about the non-payment of caterers for a period of time was not accurate. Indeed, in 2021, Send Ghana monitored the Ghana School Feeding Program, focusing on the tendering and procurement process of services and caterers. According to the survey, when it comes to challenges faced by caterers, the overwhelming majority cited persistent payment delays and inadequate grant value as major factors undermining the delivery of quality service to the school children. The evidence of the presence and domination of party apparatchiks getting figures as caterers is also overwhelming. It was quite unfortunate to learn that some of these caterers who belong to the Islamic faith could not embark on this year's holy pilgrimage to Mecca because of the apparent undue delay in the payment of outstanding arrears for services rendered. This information contradicts the information given by the National Coordinator of the Ghana School Feeding Program, and I think this is unfortunate and unacceptable. Let me also state that there exists obvious gap between what the National Food Buffer Stock Company claimed to supply and the realities that are unfolding in the education sector, particularly in relation to senior high schools. The response to a July 7, 2022 publication by the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools, CHAS, in the Upper West region, complained about the National Food Buffer Stock Company's refusal to supply food items to senior high schools. I am aware that other regions face similar, if not worse, challenges. Honorable members, this is a no-no for a country that claims to prioritize human capacity development. Emphasize that the lives and proper development of these vulnerable and defenseless children are critical to the future of this country, and we cannot stand by and do nothing as things deteriorate. We must be able to oversee government to set the priorities of this country right. I am deeply concerned about the well-being and competence of these future leaders. We need to work in concert with government to educate, train, and develop smart and intelligent human resource for Ghana's future. We always keep uppermost in our minds. We should always keep uppermost in our minds the wise saying that intelligence rules the world. Ignorance carries the burden. Honorable members, according to a 2019 report by the Global Development Commons, child malnutrition accounts for approximately 45% of mortality among children under 5 years in low and middle income countries. Micronutrient deficiencies are responsible for 1/3 of child deaths in Africa. Hunger also had immediate and long-term negative effects on children's physical, emotional, and intellectual development, their life experiences, and the country's economic performance. The aforementioned are unfortunately exacerbated by leaders' lack of courage and political commitment to take bold and realistic decisions to enhance the welfare of the child. Let it not be said that we are part of the generation of leaders who support this indecisiveness in standing for the protection and development of the child. If we are committed to dispelling this notion, the counter-narrative to this must begin with us. Consequently, I am directing leaders of the following 5 committees to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate the activities of these 2 organizations and report to Parliament on the feasibility, sustainability, and state of affairs of the 2 programs. In view of the fact that I had earlier on referred some matters to these committees, I direct that the ad hoc committee reports to the House before the end of October this year. The committees are education, gender, children and social protection, health, food and agriculture, and the almighty Finance Committee. Let me once more reiterate that the school feeding program provides great potential to accelerate the nation's progress towards the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on hunger, poverty, and malnutrition. It is therefore critical that we address issues affecting the efficient implementation of the program as matters of national priority, while instituting realistic and sustainable measures to avert a possible recurrence in the future as we experience today. May I also remind honorable members, particularly the leaders. Honorable members, I take this one serious. I'll repeat it for your attention. May I also remind honorable members, particularly the leadership of committees, of the guidance of Article 106, Clause 14 of the 1992 Constitution. The said Article 106, Clause 14 states, and I quote, "A bill introduced in Parliament by or on behalf of the President shall not be delayed for more than 3 months in any committee of Parliament." Unquote. Honorable members may further avert their minds to Standing Order 136, which is a reproduction of Article 106, Clause 14 of this matter. Even though these provisions deal specifically with public bills, they nevertheless give an indication of how long Ghanaians expect a matter referred to a committee of Parliament for investigation and inquiry could take, before a report is submitted to the House for necessary action. The reason for these provisions are obvious: to prevent deliberate sabotage, obstruction, or undue delay of government or parliamentary business by any committee or some members of a committee. I'm emphasizing this issue because of a number of referrals that have been with committees, some for over 6 months. Some are getting to a year, and we've not had any report from the committees. Honorable members, you know there are sanctions against breach of these rules. I have resisted the temptation to apply these sanctions. This is the third and last time I will refer to this and defer applying and enforcing the sanctions. I do so because members were going through the learning process. I did so because members were going through the learning process. I will no longer hesitate in applying these sanctions. Members are now conversant with how Parliament works and will proceed to apply the full rigors of the law. A word to the wise is enough. I thank you for your attention. Honorable members, we now take item 4, correction of votes and proceedings. Yes, sir. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, before we proceed on correction of votes and proceedings, I want to make some observations in respect to the communication from your outfit that just came, and if you permit me.
If I permit you, what will happen?
So I want to make some observations.
Messages from the President and formal communication from Speaker, observations are not made by members.
So I will defer to you on.
Honorable member, you may resume your seat.
Speaker, if you may.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you may resume your seat. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you.
I referred the matter back to the House to take up and work on and report to the whole House. Then you will be formally seized to make your comments or debate or whatever you want to do. So this is not the time for you to make comments on just the formal communication. So we go to votes and proceedings and official reports. And we take the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 7 July 2022, page 1. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, page 23, Roman numerals XXI and XXII, Headmaster Nyankomase Ahinkro Senior High School. Number 1, the high is missing between senior and school, and this school is called Nyankomase Ahinkro Senior High School. So if these two corrections could be effected, thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you so much. Please, table office, kindly take note. Page 24, page 25, page 26. Is it page 26? Yes.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there are a number of corrections on page 26. The first item, 3I, Mr. Ebenezer Money. The position is District Chief Executive and not District Chief Executive Officer for a Kumfi District Assembly. So if officer could be deleted. Same correction, Mr. Speaker, for Mr. Ike Lord Eni, the Municipal Chief Executive for Enforcement, but we have here Municipal Chief Executive Officer, that is 3IV. Same correction for 3VI and 3X, Mr. Ransford K. Nyako. It should be District Chief Executive for Ejumako Enyan Esiam and not District Chief Executive Officer.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 27. Yes.
Please, Right Honourable Speaker, same corrections for item number XVI and XXIV. District Chief Executives, not District Chief Executive Officer.
Table office, consequential amendments throughout the votes and proceedings of that day. Please, it runs through the other pages too. Take note and make the necessary corrections. Page 28, page 29. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, please, item number XLII, Mr. Al-Hassan Mohammed, Municipal Internal Auditor. Municipal has been spelled wrongly. The L has been omitted at the end. So instead of municipal, we have municipal. So if the correction could be effected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, kindly take note. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Yes, please.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the last item on page 33, item number XXXI,
Ms. Agnes Cherma, I noticed in that cluster that everybody identified is from the Western North region, from item number XVI all the way down. But she has been presented as Assistant Director from the Western region. I believe strongly that it should be Western North region. So if North could be inserted, but the table office could cross-check that.
Table office kindly cross-check and give her her proper position. Page 34, page 35, page 36. Yes, please.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the rendition of what transpired following the presentation of the Finance Minister, that's the meeting of the Joint Committee on Health and Finance. What we have here is that the committee met on Wednesday, 6 July 2022 at 9:53 a.m. and commenced investigations into the COVID-19 expenditure by government following the statement made by the Honourable Minister for Finance. I thought that, Mr. Speaker, it should be following a referral from you or a directive from the Right Honourable Speaker after the presentation by the Finance Minister. The way it's been captured here is as though the Finance Minister was recommending that or asked for that. And so after his presentation, the Joint Committee was tasked to then look into the COVID-19 accounts. I don't think this is an accurate rendition of what happened. There should be reference to the Speaker's directive after the presentation by the Finance Minister, because it's a directive that came from you and not from the Finance Minister.
Yes, table office. It did not emanate from the statement. It came from a directive from the Speaker. Please capture it properly. Page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 25th sitting held on Thursday, 7 July 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have 2 copies of the official reports, one dated 7th June 2022 and the other 16th June 2022. Any corrections? Let's start with the 7th June 2022. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, just to indicate that I have only the 7th June. I don't know if colleagues have the second one, but I didn't see the second one in my pigeonhole. It's only the 7th June. I don't know if honourable colleagues have the second.
Yes, honourable members, what do you say? June. Do you have the second? 16th June 2022?
No, we have only one.
All right, so let's do the corrections on the 7th June 2022. Any corrections?
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
If I could point out column 109, the second paragraph, a historical
correction is, I think it was the Lands Minister speaking. He was here earlier, seems to have left, but the Berlin Conference, the second paragraph is saying that 13 European states, the United States of America, and the Ottoman Empire divided Africa among themselves. For the record, as we all know, the United States did not, in that meeting, leave Berlin with any African country. That is a historical fact. The United States of America did not colonize any African country out of that Berlin Conference. So if the records could be corrected. And then, Mr. Speaker, the first paragraph of column 110, there is the use of the word bondages within the context of the result was that the continent was divided and borders were created without regard to traditional boundaries, cultural heritage, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's bonds, and not bondages that existed between the people. So it should be bonds. Bondages connote a different meaning, probably slavery or some other matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, the honorable member is right. Do the correct corrections. Any more corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of further corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 7th June 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. The guidance I got from leadership, does it still hold? Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. Accordingly, I humbly apply for your leave for order of business to be varied, and in so doing, I pray that, Mr. Speaker, in granting the application, allow us to proceed with item 10.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as agreed at the pre-meet sitting discussion, they want us to take some number of motions, and they are 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19, then we'll come back to questions. That's what was. What?
You are adding to the number we discussed. We ended at 13. I didn't hear of 15, 16, and the rest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we were there, remember, we came a little late. At least this was what I came and made a discussion about the numbers that we're going to be taking. So this was the numbers that they gave us, that they raised, and it was agreed. Even though we were there when we concluded, but these were the numbers they gave us.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we did not intend to surprise you. We want to apologize to you if leadership did not communicate the subsequent agreement reached. It's always been your position that when we change position, we communicate same to you. We apologize for that. We are not springing a surprise on you, except that we notice that these.
Well, once is the agreement of leadership, we'll go on.
Mr. Speaker,
the proposal is for me to grant leave, which I hereby grant, and we are going to start at item 10. Honorable members, item 10, at page 9 of the order paper, motion this is a matter that has been debated and also left with just a question to be put. The motion definitely was to adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the European Investment Bank, for an amount of 75 million euros for the COVID-19 Health Response Ghana project. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the committee is accordingly adopted. We now move to item 11, which is the consequential resolution on the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee.
Yes. Speaker, the Finance Minister is unavoidably absent. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Finance Minister Mr. Speaker, in his absence, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Speaker, who is also a member of this House, is available to do so in his stead. Mr. Speaker, I so humbly pray that this application be granted.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought the Honorable Deputy Leader will tell us where the Minister responsible for Finance is. Mr. Speaker, I know the IMF team is in town, but I don't know whether he's engaging them now or he's engaged somewhere else. So, Mr. Speaker, it will only be right if he says where the Minister of Finance is and why he cannot attend before you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
He has rightly predicted where the Finance Minister could be. Even at 2 p.m., IMF officials are meeting the Finance Committee in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, these are engagements that Parliament is part of. So that is why, upon discussions, the Honourable John Kuma was. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our case that you grant leave for Honourable John Kuma to move the application.
Yes, honourable leaders, I think it's proper that when a minister is absent, reasons be given for the absence. The term unavoidably absent is only used in respect of the Speaker. That you can see in the standing orders. That is the standing orders of the House. But in the case of ministers, you have to give reason why the minister is absent. Unavoidably absent is a hidden reason. But since we command them to appear, definitely we should be told why the person hasn't appeared. And that should be a reasonable excuse. But I'll grant the leave and I'll permit the Deputy Minister of Finance to represent the Minister of Finance on this occasion. So, Deputy Minister, may you kindly move the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I move that resolution captured on page 9 as item 11 on today's order paper be adopted. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Motion on the resolution moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. It being a consequential resolution, I will proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the resolution, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution numbered 11 at page 9 of the order paper is hereby adopted by the House. Honourable members, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would you leave again if we may proceed to item 8?
8.
Yes, please.
Honourable members, item 8.
Yes, it's just
It's at page 8 of the order paper. Motion that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the annual public debt management report for the 2020 financial year. Debate to be concluded, and leadership who are there to conclude the debate. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ranking on finance, Honorable Atufosi, is making me believe that day he spoke at length, and there's no any further useful thing to add. So if there are no any other comments from their side, then the question could be put.
Mr. Speaker, nothing more to add from our side. You may put the question. Thank you.
Honourable members, we are told that you have nothing more useful to add to what has already been presented by those who contributed to the debate. And so I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee on the annual public debt management report for the 2020 financial year, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Finance Committee is accordingly adopted. We move to the consequential resolution, which is item 9 at page 8 of the order paper. It's a different thing.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, there is no...
Item 9 is on a different subject matter.
So,
yes.
It is so, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr.
So
Speaker,
we don't take it.
not at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
right.
we may proceed. We'll take 9, but Mr. Speaker would want to proceed to item 40. We'll come back.
Item 1.4.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. At page 12.
Honourable members, item 14 at page 12 of the order paper. Motion
Speaker.
14, item 14.
14, we proceed.
Honourable members, item 14.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 14. They just shared a number of the reports around. Item 14 be moved now, and in the process, submit your committee's report. But Mr. Speaker, before I do, the report is 4-in-1. Yes, The report is 4 in 1, so if you give me your permission, I would like to move resolutions 14, 16, 18, and 20 together because they are all captured in one report in accordance with an advice by this House that we take these reports together when we have a number of such requests.
Items 14, 16, and 18. 18 and 20. 4 motions. Honourable members, are you ready to lump the 4 together and debate? Well, let's go on. Yes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 4 motions, I rise to move that the motions listed as item 14, 16, 18, and 20 be moved. And in the process, I submit your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this is in respect of 4.1d, 1f waiver applications that was made to this House last year. But the work on it stalled because this House insisted that we should develop guidelines and let this House approve the guidelines before we could proceed to consider any of the requests. Accordingly, we prepared the guidelines, did the necessary consultations, came to this House, and the House approved the guidelines. Following that, we have reviewed the original report that we brought to this House, got this relayed, and it is the reason we are able to move them today. Mr. Speaker, the companies involved are B5 Plus, Ferro Fabrics Limited, Everpure Holdings Limited, and Myro Forestry Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, as we would see under paragraph 4, the amounts corresponding to the request for these entities have clearly been listed. Under paragraph 5, your committee observed, Mr. Speaker, that the master list had to be whittled down for some of them in accordance with the approval by this House, but also to take out items that can be found in Ghana, and therefore, for those ones, for B5 and Ferro Fabrics Limited, we needed to revise the total exemption request as indicated under paragraph 6.1 of your committee's report. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, considering the benefits to be derived from the 1D1F project and having satisfied itself that the request satisfied the guidelines for the approval of 1D1F tax waivers adopted by this House, the committee recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve the motions that are earlier indicated. Respectfully submitted, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, 4 motions moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, but in doing so, let me remind the House's attention to the fact that this House approved a guideline in about 2 weeks ago to guide the approval of 1D, 1F tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that the issues of tax exemptions, particularly relating to 1D, 1F, had become very topical to the extent that members has a number of reservations against it and believe that the policy seems abused. And so there's the need for us to get a guideline before we can continue approving this. Mr. Speaker, these 4 motions or 4 items requesting us to give some form of tax exemptions has been with the committee over 8 months. Over 8 months. Wow. Mr. Speaker, some of them has been with us over 1 year. We believe that the tax exemptions that they were requesting for were a bit too much, and the giveaways well, Mr. Speaker, excuse my French, were a bit too much. Mr. Speaker, the committee subsequently had slashed or reduced the amount that the Ministry of Finance was requesting. Mr. Speaker, in some of them we reduced the amount by over 50%. Some of them we reduced it by about 70%. Mr. Speaker, some of them we believe they do not even qualify to get the tax exemptions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can only say that as part of the guidelines, the committee has done a diligent work in reducing these tax exemptions that the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health had asked us to approve. Mr. Speaker, we believe that Parliament should not necessarily be a rubber stamp, where whatever the government asks us to do, we approve them. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we strongly believe that, yes, it's a government policy and we need to support it. But it's in our right to question government policy when we believe that those tax exemptions are too much and they are eroding the tax base of the country. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I will support this tax exemption as we have before the House, on principle that we approve the guidelines and ensure that these guidelines will be in line of what we have approved earlier. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I can recommend to the House that let us approve this. But going forward, again, we will have to ensure that this guideline is implemented appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is final for the consideration of the House. Honourable Kwame Abuja.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make few comments about this. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I noticed about this report is the absence of the breakdown of the items on which we are granting tax waivers. Normally, the Finance Committee attaches the items on which we are granting the waivers. But these four reports put together doesn't have anything we are granting. We are just granting tax waivers as a lump sum. I think it's not the normal practice in this House. Indeed, even if that was applied to the Finance Committee, members at plenary are not members of the Finance Committee, so we necessarily need to do that. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying this because in this House we have seen, how do you call it, a SHEP project, self-help electrification project, where we were granting tax waivers on a quarry machine under that project. So, Mr. Speaker, we need it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I notice all the figures are also in dollars. All these companies are Ghanaian companies. So why are we not? Are these figures not in Ghana city? Why are the figures in dollars? I still also don't understand this. So I would have wished that the figures are in city, not in dollars. But Mr. Speaker, whilst I consider these four companies as relatively doing well in this country, because none of these companies were established yesterday, we are ready to grant tax waivers of millions of dollars to these companies who are already not collapsing, doing well. But this same House is happy to impose e-levy on poor people because we don't have enough money. That if somebody sends 100 cedis to the relative to buy medicine, we are ready to charge e-levy on it. But you are ready to grant millions of dollars of tax waivers to companies that are relatively doing well. Where is our sense of judgment or fairness in this? Mr. Speaker, I would have wished to wholeheartedly throw my support behind this. But I am saying that whilst this is not the first time we granted tax waivers, one, this one didn't come with the breakdown of the items. Two, I don't understand why the figures are in dollars, because these companies are Ghanaian registered company. And as a member of parliament who comes from one of the deprived areas, I don't know how I will explain to my people why they should pay e-levy on 100 cedis while we are granting huge millions of dollars of tax waivers to companies that are relatively doing well. I don't think this is fairness, Mr. Speaker. For these reasons, I cannot support this particular tax waiver to these companies.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a House, we should be mindful of what we say, because we always want to attract the best companies to come and invest here, Mr. Speaker. The chairman will wind up and speak about the dollar issue that he raised. Mr. Speaker, these 4 companies, summing up alone, are going to create over 3,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, if you look at B5 on paragraph 3.1, the workforce of 968 workforce will be created and over 1,600 indirect workers. Secondly, on paragraph 3.2, ferrofabric is going to create over 600 direct jobs. Everpure, on paragraph 3.3, are going to create over 700 direct jobs. And Myro, if you know Honorable Adumako Mensah's constituency in Dobonso, they are going to benefit from over 700 direct jobs. Mr. Speaker, how do we raise revenue? It's through some of these concessions that we give to companies and the payee that emanates from them. That's how you encourage companies to set up and create jobs. So there's no country in this world that doesn't give incentives. But as a house, we must ask ourselves whether we are able to put in place the right strategies to track the incentives that we grant. That should be the business of the parliament of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will always support government to give incentives to companies because that is the only way we can create jobs and opportunities for our youth. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the honourable member for Bole Bamboy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this report. Mr. Speaker, I am a little bit sad that...
Yes, a minute, honourable member. Honourable members, in view of the nature of business before the House, I direct that sitting be held outside the normal sitting hours. Yes, honourable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I'm a little bit sad with respect to this particular report, where this House is called upon to exempt over $11 million to these companies. I serve as a member of the Trade Committee, your committee. Yes, we're not part of this process, but I put my eyes on what exactly is happening when it comes to 1D1F. I heard my colleague, the honorable member for the vice chairman for the Finance Committee, talking about figures in terms of employment. I haven't seen that in this report. I have not seen them in this report, where you are saying that some companies are going to create 700 and 200 and 300 jobs. I haven't seen it. In any case, the essence of 1D1F is to support companies to create jobs, is to support companies that will produce. I'm not using the floor, so you sit down. Thank you. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that we come here and we exempt taxes.
Just a minute. I thought we said that there will be responses from your leaders and particularly the ministry who moved the motion. I should say the chairman who moved the motion.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, but my good friend Sule from Bole Bamboy made a specific reference to me that I didn't refer to where the jobs were going to be created in the report. I did so by mentioning the particular paragraphs and the specific number of jobs that each entity was going to create. So I'm sure Sule hasn't read the report well. So if he looks at it well, you'll see that. Sule, look at the paragraphs. You'll see them. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, when you say as we look at the paragraph, will my colleague be humble enough to specifically mention those paragraphs for me? We want to see the number of jobs that this huge sums of money that we are going to give is going to create.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. B5 Plus Limited, paragraph 3.1 of the report on page 3. The company was established in 2002 and has its head office at Pong, Barrier on the Flower Road, with a workforce of
968 direct jobs and 1,600 indirect workforce. Hold on. So if you look at the other components, you see the jobs that are being created by this company. And paragraph 3.2, fabrics. They are all there, Sule. Take your time, relax.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague is misleading this House. We are talking about creating jobs and talking about existing jobs. The Finance Committee should tell us those existing companies, the number of jobs that they have already created and the number of jobs that they will be creating as a result of this exemption that we are giving to them. That is missing in this report. And I do not think that we should sit here and approve this kind of exemption for this kind of companies. I'm calling on my colleagues that collectively we reject the exemption that is going to be given to these companies. Thank you.
Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reading through the reports, specifically point number 3.4, a company called Miro Forestry Limited. Mr. Speaker, we are told that this company is owned by another company in the United Kingdom. It's a timber company. They want to expand their timber business, and because they are expanding, they apply to the ministry for a waiver, and this House is being called upon to approve this waiver just because a timber company in Ghana wants to expand its business. Mr. Speaker, what about the numerous timber companies around? Is it a case that if they want to expand, they should come to Parliament for waiver? Is that the precedent that you want to set in this country? That a company, an existing company, decides to expand, and just because it is expanding, it applies to Ministry of Finance, and Finance says that grant waiver. What happens to the existing companies? How are they going to survive in the industry? Are you not kicking them out of business? Are you not kicking them out of business? This is absolutely incorrect, and this House must not support this. We are just throwing away dollars for nothing because we are talking about an industry. We have several companies in the industry doing almost the same thing. Now you select one of the companies in the industry, grant this waiver to that company. How are the other companies, specifically those owned by Ghanaians, how are they going to compete with these companies? We cannot understand this. And Mr. Speaker, there is another one here. A company that is into production of sachet water and then some bottled water. How many companies are into this business in this country? So if a company that is into sachet water and bottled water applies for a waiver, that is granted, millions of dollars thrown away. How are the other companies going to compete? How are they going to compete? If the intention is to create jobs, why are you not protecting the existing jobs? Mr. Speaker, these issues must be properly investigated into. I think that we have to go deeply into this matter because the way the exemption is being handled, if we are not careful, we'll end up collapsing our own businesses. How can you grant an exemption to sachet and bottled water company while there are several of them also expanding without this facility? So in effect, what you're saying is that because they are getting the exemptions, they can price low and then kick all the others out of business. So if the idea is to create more job avenues, you end up creating unemployment, creating a situation that will lead to rising unemployment in this country. And it's something that this House must not associate itself with. It's a bad precedent. We don't have to allow this to pass. And Mr. Speaker, there is another one here. There is another company. It's so interesting. Ferro Fabric Limited. Ferro Fabric Limited is a limited liability company which produces iron and steel products. The company is one of the leading manufacturers of iron and steel reinforced bars in Ghana with an installed production capacity of 150,000 metric tons
for finished steel annually. The current shareholders and management in 2013 injected a total amount of $10 million US. Mr. Speaker, one of the leading manufacturers. What about the others? What happens to the others? So you are giving this facility a huge concession like this to one company. So after the production, how are they going to price their commodities? They are going to price low because government is giving them waiver, which others are not having. And at the end of the day, what happens to the other companies? Which criteria? What happens to the other companies? And Mr. Speaker, we must know as a house the criteria that was used for these companies to benefit from this waiver. Is it just because they apply to be considered as one of the factories under one district, one factory? In any case, the whole concept of one district, one factory, is it for existing companies that are expanding? Is that the meaning of the one district, one factory, that existing companies decide to expand? And the next day they are called one district, one factory, and they are giving waivers. Mr. Speaker, this one is not in the interest of Ghanaians. It is not a facility that will lead to job creation. It is going to collapse our businesses. We are throwing away dollars for nothing. And government must come up properly to explain that. Mr. Speaker, there is another interesting paragraph I want to refer to. The paragraph on page 3, the last paragraph, page 5, Mr. Speaker. The company intends to expand its production. The company intends to expand its production. This will involve the importation of machinery and equipment. In order to assist, the company imports the items. In order to assist the company import the items. Oh, my brother. Why? Import the items and enhance its production. The Ministry of Finance has submitted the company's request for the waiver of taxes and duties as an incentive under the One District, One Factory program to the House for approval. They have intention to expand. And to be able to expand, they have decided to import machinery into this country. And Finance is saying that they have requested for waiver, so Parliament should approve of it. What are they buying? What are the prices? Because we don't know anything, we are granting this branching just because we want to grant waiver to companies that we know, or what is it? Mr. Speaker, this House has been seen as doing the best for this nation under your watch. And I believe that it will be suicidal that you allow this thing to pass without due diligence, without Parliament being satisfied that what we are doing will not collapse the businesses that we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, that's very true. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I admire the passion with which some of our colleagues want to ensure that everybody pays the required taxes. I totally identify with that passion. But Mr. Speaker, it's important that when a committee of Parliament has done work and produced a report, we read the report carefully and not make allegations that are just not true. Things that would have been corrected if we took our time to read the report. First, in respect of B5 plans. Mr. Speaker, we go to the page 3 that my colleague quoted. It is true. B5 plans is an existing company that is currently operating with its head office at Tong, barrier on the Aflao Road, with a workforce of 968 direct and 1,600 indirect workers. That is in one part of the country. Mr. Speaker, you now go to the second paragraph. It says the company plans to expand and enhance its production
by undertaking a project. Given its limited finances, it applies for and was granted 1D, 1F status. The company under the 1D, 1F program has since acquired 642 acres of land and has constructed a state-of-the-art steel manufacturing plant at Mr. Speaker, it is not the old location. We are moving into a new district. And we took our time to scrutinize. It's completely disappointing when your own colleagues makes it look like you didn't know what you were doing. Mr. Speaker, it is because in accordance with the guidelines that this House passed, we said a company, if you are moving into a new district, in accordance with the guidelines, then they may be able to benefit from this. So clearly, it is misleading to suggest that the company is merely expanding. If they will not qualify for some of the tax lines because of the guidelines. That is the first point. Again, Mr. Speaker, ferro fabrics. You read the second paragraph and paragraph 3.2. The company applied and has been granted a 1D, 1F status. The company is undertaking a new project to expand its production. In order to acquire and install these equipment and materials to enable the company to expand its production, there's a need to weigh the taxes and duties applicable as incentives under 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, for all these four companies, they are fresh factories.
Honorable Chairman, just a minute. I see the ranking for education. Just itching to make a point. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only saw Mr. Honorable Katie Hamo sitting in the leader's chair. I want to find out if he's the new leader of the majority side.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I didn't quite get the instruction. He said, why am I sitting in this chair? Because, let me answer. Mr. Speaker, we've not been sitting in this chair because we've not been having class prefects for a very long time. So, learn the conventions of this House. We introduce the position of class prefect. He has the privilege to do anything the Speaker asks him to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is just to make the point. As I said, I am an advocate for reducing exemptions in the system. I feel it's something to which I feel committed, and I want to assure my colleagues that all these are fresh companies. They are consistent with the guidelines that we debated here and passed, and therefore the House should approve them and not give the impression that somehow we just brought these things here. Mr. Speaker, the second point I'd like to speak very briefly to is in respect of the dollars, that the request are
so we are back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Page right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are doing something special. We are doing sports and then lifestyle. People normally say that men, they love sports and they can do everything in their power to make sure that they see what their favorite teams are doing. But today we are asking young men on the streets of Accra that if your girlfriend is coming over at the same time that your favorite team is playing a Champions League final, will you forget about the game and spend time with your girlfriend, or you go out and support your favorite team? Join me as I interact with my first guest on the show. Will you stay with your girlfriend if it comes at the same time your favorite team is playing in the UEFA Champions League? Follow me and get some interesting answers. Alright, so today on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Page, we are asking that your favorite team, either Kotoko, Hearts, Manchester United, Madrid, Barcelona, is playing a UEFA Champions League or CAF Champions League final at the same time that your girlfriend wants to come over. Will you forget about your girlfriend and go and watch the game, or you stay with your girlfriend and then miss the game? Memokwa about GhanaWeb TV. So any kind of team men are supporting Madrid. Who supporting Madrid? Yes. Magic Champions League, 13 times. 14. Sorry. And you see, I know about one in the world, and I say target. Just a one mini girl we are na China. You find say China a Champions League final. Madrid and Barcelona and Elbo. A classico bin sida na satam na ye bebo ball na girl no e ba o ha ubeja girl no ho wakwa akosho ball na say ubeto adwum say ball no kwa onkohwe na o ne girl na hye ho na me wakwa ball no ubeja girl no ho ubeja girl no wakwa ball no na okona won san kan bi we don't forget it ish serious iti o do Madrid che oba na o yes asamu de mo okay, my found some boss who they also man you just about also say Koka Madrid kakra Champions League final ka Baso Echena Clasico Madrid any Barca na ebo long oba chese wapen na che anasa we girl na the same time I ebo ball no na girl no e ba o ha then I ube jack girl no ha na say ube to adwim say I'm for ball mobile musical. My mini girl in show. Oh, Nana target in a miss cry. Oh, missy. Because they be an amateur too eager. So, matching it there, matching the say, and they are many sports at tea. Many highlights. And to know. I'll forgo the match. But here, Bimka say, oh, Shabon life for any highlights, no emotions, no. And yes, high, but I don't need to see what actually happened to get it. So far as ABI winning, and I say, you see, any I mean, true highlight, sports highlights, many information in the because we know a long time target, to know them to me and meet this other getting. I would prefer say me shoulding or in chain. So alright, so I'll speak to the last person, but so far I've spoken to two people. This one says that there is no way that he will choose a lady when there is a UEFA Champions League final. But this one, wearing Manchester United jersey, saying that he can always get a highlight to watch, but a match, the real match in the bedroom, it comes once in a blue moon. Bossu, my phone soon bro, Champions League final. Any kind of men are supporting United. Who support United? Ghana, who support team? Has. And the young fan say, Accra has of folk, and China. Young fan say, China has of folk. Any work of Morocco, Edisi Sheso, CAF Champions League final. Sad time now, so now we go so about 1 chain. Ubeja girl no work or shop ball, and I say, one girl on the best show. Many back as I say, boss or Tiasio, Majana of your bone. Or Tiasio and Tiasio, Majana of your bone. In this Obercoba no sale, or no sweet Java already. And you know, corner about. But Champions League final, be a highlight of it. Oh, you know later, and yet. I am born fresh now to one more analysis. There's a debate near the agro, I want to bet. Emotions, no, yeah.
If you give na say kwa be akwa vim no kwa wetima anya nipa foforo. Yeah.
Okay, into the whole can say o do team no che obi ono.
Me support team no pa.
Remember no because say oba de obetumi eja hako but Madrid ontumi nja o hoda. Enu ntina o ka say we ubeja oba no akohwa ball no.
Yes, oba no betumi aja hako but team ni there so all dey bia.
All right, so some interesting answers. Only one among the three people I spoke to said that he will forgo the game because he will get an opportunity to watch highlights of the game. Let me add one more gentleman. Bosu, memo kwa ba Edeba GhanaWeb Sports debate so. Team man and I was supporting.
Timilian Gamini be there, but I'm going to say, me support Ray.
Oh, support Ray. Eba Ghana, so I support wine. Kotoko, Kuma Pimba. Nansea Kotoko, Aji Ghana Premier League, and then finally say, Echena, a CAF Champions League final, Kotoko, any alley, Accra Sports Stadium, we win a ticket, so Okosha game nibi. Sat time now, so no Baby, I just say, what the gate is, when you know, a one Nagana test, so meba. Time now o fifi akosho ball na na go na tezo o ba ube ja ticket no we ja ball na won go na shawa na say ube twa na ball
say me twa ticket no cry and dem le cry na me twa kuno e dey atan again because obabu on ma mission e be fa no wa ble I say ba mission be fa na se bo ntino obi obekọ ebi obeba gbem kwa na bia be teki yes timi dey me nkosho ball me na me twa oba no
nkosho ball no be twa oba no
na bi.
All right, what will you also do in the same situation? Your favorite team, let's use Hearts of Oak and then Asante Kotoko are playing in the CAF Champions League final on the same day that your girlfriend or a target, a girl you've been chasing for a very long time, also will send you a text that, oh, I want to come to your place at the same time. Will you choose to stay with the girl or you forget about him and go and watch your football game? Let me hear from you in the comment section.
Question I know the power. But me so me play football pana me play Manchester City as some panty. We ever had you got about me jam match no ma coach again because me since I'm chasing a chem gwandia. And then me ni akoboso.
Into over dog Man
City cry. Me replay. After.
All right, so he will opt for a replay. Boss, my phone Sumbrim. Team men are supporting.
I'm supporting Hearts of Oak.
Hearts of Oak.
Yeah.
Young fan say, my phone Sumbrim. Boss, now we mean no. Yeah, no, you are. I'm not saying you're supporting Hearts. Also support why?
I think I have to go for Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. I beg and how?
I'm say Kotoko na
Kotoko.
Yo.
It's your friend. Some mummy ni bako Kotoko bako Hearts. Na Echina. Nanke Champions League final Kotoko ne has airport Accra Sports Stadium where the kai akoto ticket ewie na time so ya na wo be kwa wo girl and I say oba wa pena chepa wa frau say oh wo he sabe wo ya na menya time am metuma be so won na bibia ye betumi aye sa situation we esia then I'll be ubeja ball no ho and I say obekwa go ball.
Oh yeah, I think I need to forget about the match and then go for my girlfriend because you know I've been looking searching for a number of years, a couple of months, a couple of days. I've not get access to it. So once I have the chance of getting access to it, but that particular moment, I need to forget the match and then go for the lady.
Okay, so once the lady is available, you will not go and watch the match.
No, I need to forget the match and then go for the lady. All right, I suffered a lot.
All right, boss, my phone Sumbrim. Say on there. Wom say has no Kotoko so pa na situation we there. On jagge on won kohwe ball na wo be there.
Oh, to me dey make kohwe ball no because oba dey omo ho bebre say we to give me a experiment me akopɛ fufuro asha na ti ball no dey me pe ball no me pe me team has so
ba say Champions League final e bi so betumi ababio
dey be betumi ababio we a new type we a new one aba fresh one it say me hwe
say o hwe na
we me feelings sir.
All right, so you've heard what these three gentlemen had to say about this very issue. What will you do if you are in their situation? Will you go and watch the game or you stay with your girlfriend? All right, so let me start with you. Thanks for joining us here on GhanaWeb. You said you support Madrid. Yes, please. Let's say tomorrow is El Clasico final between Barca and then Madrid. Your girlfriend wants to spend time with you at the same time. What will be your decision?
At times,
okay.
It depends. It depends. But I will go for my girlfriend.
You go for your girlfriend.
Yes.
You won't watch the game.
Yes.
Mean that you disappoint the bro code because maybe all your friends are going to watch the game.
I just me disappoint.
I don't hear the sound. All right. Thank you very much. Alright, so your favorite team will be playing in the UEFA Champions League, and at the same time, your girlfriend or a lady you've been chasing for a very long time wants to spend time with you at the same time. What will you do? Share your opinions with us in the comment section, but watch the answers of these guys. Bossu, we want to call about GhanaWeb TV. So, when we say, I can also support the team,
Man City.
Man City. Yeah. And the final say, UEFA Champions League final. Now, we go. About her. Say sad time now, no super say. I don't want to spend time together. Then I'll be Johnny Ho. Now I can shop ball and I said, because that will go there. So what's not
Oh, my girlfriend there, like, I really invite her and I coffee ball. Because the love I have for Man City there, I have to go and watch that final. Yeah, but a different girl be like.
Different girl be about what penalty 1 year, 2 years.
Oh, a different girl there. I know the Charlie, I know the. Eddie. But I don't know.
You don't know what you do.
I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'll go do some 30 minutes during count.
So which team do you support?
For me, normally with Chelsea, but now I don't really support the team.
Okay. So you are a Chelsea fan.
Yeah.
They've won 2 UEFA Champions League.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow is UEFA Champions League final.
Okay.
And a London derby between Chelsea and then Arsenal. At the same time, your girlfriend wants to spend time with you. What will you do?
Oh, for that one, Charlie, me.
No, and he doesn't want you to leave. You are locked down. Like we are spending time together throughout the evening.
This one, I'll just give some excuse now. Then go watch the ball and come back. that be all.
So if you go out and watch the game and you come and you say okay, you decide to choose Chelsea over me, so it's over. What you do?
No, I was just trying to give some other. This will be I go your banner and that'll be all.
Alright, so you heard the response of these gentlemen. What will you do in this situation? Your team is playing in a Champions League final, whether Hans Vogue, Asante Kotoko, Chelsea, United, or any other team, and your girlfriend wants to spend time with you at the same time. What will you do? Let me hear from you in the comment section. Alright, so you've seen the views of others. The question is simple. Your favorite team is playing in a Champions League final, and then a girl you've been chasing for a very long time, or your girlfriend wants to spend time with you at the same time. What will be your decision to go and watch the game or stay with the lady? Let me hear from you on what you would do if you find yourself in this situation. My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks for staying with us on another exciting episode on the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV.
In dollars. Mr. Speaker, the point is that all these factories, even though this House approved corporate income tax and other domestic taxes, in practice we have only been granting customs taxes. Now those customs taxes, because they relate to the imports and the prices of the imports, they are in foreign denominations. It is so for all the import exemptions that come to this House. It is at the time of the importation that they will use the exchange rate to convert it into cedis. So again, There's no harm there, Mr. Speaker. I plead with my colleagues that we approve these exemptions that have been here for more than a year so that the companies can benefit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I want to guide the House. Even though the report hasn't actually stated that there was consensus, I gather from the mover and the seconder that there was some consensus at the committee level. But that doesn't prevent members of the House from taking issues with the report of the committee. It might be that the committee has not captured some essential information at the disposal of the committee, which the members found wanting, and therefore they want further explanation. So, Chairman, don't be carried away by the concerns that have been raised by members. They are not indicting the competence or otherwise of the committee or its members. That is not the point. The second issue is that this House approved guidelines for the approval of the IDIF tax waiver requests. Then also we have some laws guiding the House, including the Finance Committee, in such matters. As you raise the concerns, could you look at those laws and the guidelines to see whether what they have stated is in line with the guidelines that we have approved? If they are not, then you can take issue with them. Now, when you raise your general concerns about the companies, and you don't also link them to maybe issues of the economy or other things, it's very difficult to convince, particularly a speaker like me, to go with you. So please, in your debate, refer to the guidelines that you have approved. Are the guidelines saying that the 1D1F benefits should not be extended to existing companies, that they should be only for new companies? They should not be for expansion. They should not be for this. Let's look at those guidelines that we ourselves approved. And then from there, one will be in a better position to disagree with the report of the committee or agree with the report of the committee. As it is now, none of you have referred to that. And I sympathize with the issues that you raised concerning the issue of taxation and the fact that we need really more revenue. We should not be looking for revenue, bringing e-levy, whilst granting huge tax waivers to rather very good and profitable companies. But is that sufficient? I don't take decisions. I only guide, and then I'll put the question. But I read the report, and I saw that the companies are not only in competition in Ghana. There's an international competition, particularly if you're dealing with steel and iron. And you look at the countries that are covered, not only in West Africa, but other countries. How do you support your countries to your companies to expand to the international world, the global competition, employ more people, create more wealth, grow the economy? You have to go through all this and make sure that at the end of the day, we are able to do what is right and in the interest of the people. So please, there's still more room for debate. I will still grant more of you the opportunity, but we have to finish this work today. And I saw the minority chief whip on his feet, so I'll give him the opportunity. I'll come to backbenchers. Don't worry, backbenchers, I'll definitely give you the opportunity. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say that, like you rightly said, the most worrying thing is that most of our colleagues who are not on the Finance Committee may be justified in raising their concerns. But for those of us who have been involved with this for some time, we'll tell you that, Mr. Speaker, this report has been on the audit paper for 8 months now. And in the 8 months, we have insisted that one thing be done before we take it. And that first thing was to get the guideline. And Mr. Speaker, the day we were taking the guideline, if members could remember very well, I was vehemently opposed to allowing existing companies to benefit, to the extent that, if the chairman will remember, I was calling for a lesser incentive for existing companies as compared to new companies. And Mr. Speaker, we also were of the concern that the concentration of these industries were all just around the very areas that we are already familiar with. And therefore, they should rather move into new areas to give true meaning to the 1D, 1 district, 1 factory. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's report, in particular page 9, and you look at the amount of monies that originally were supposed to be waived, and after the guideline, they had to go back and cut these numbers to be able to meet the guideline that we approved. I found it very difficult to use any other means to say that we cannot guarantee it when we have given a guideline and the guideline has been followed. And I asked the ranking on finance when they suggested that we should take it, and I asked, Honorable Atu, are you sure that in your committee you've made sure that the guideline had been followed to the letter? And the answer I got was yes. And I'm not a member of the Finance Committee. And I just want to plead with colleagues that yes, I, in principle, not today, even when we were in government, were vehemently opposed to the method of waiver that we do. My belief is that many countries in the world have stopped giving waivers. What they give is tax credit. So that after you have done you declare you pay the taxes, when you show the evidence that you are creating the job, this is how it's going to benefit, then you now file for them to use your taxes to reduce those benefits that you are supposed to get. But we are stuck with this. And now, Mr. Speaker, this house, they've laid the tax exemption bill. The tax exemption bill has gone to the Finance Committee, and I'm seeing today we are likely to lay the report. I want to urge colleagues that when we get to the tax exemption bill, that is where we need to tighten whatever we want to do. But if we have a guideline and we all pass the guideline, and now we task the committee to go follow the guideline and give us a report, and they follow the guideline and come with a report, unless any member can specifically say that, for example, this particular company, with the guideline that we have approved, guideline F or G has not been met, yet you've recommended for approval, it becomes difficult because it will look like we are just trying to obstruct. And I want to urge my colleagues that once we are giving assurance from our leadership of the members of the Finance Committee that this has met the guideline, I would want to urge colleagues that let's look at the guideline, and anytime, Mr. Speaker, my big other worry is anytime we are doing some of these guidelines, you see very few people showing interest. But when an issue then comes to the floor, people who were not the one who did the guideline and were here to make a lot of argument and improve the guideline, then all of a sudden have genuine concerns that will have find itself in the guideline to help improve whatever we are doing today. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree that all these companies, I can tell you that B5, they were around Tema, because of the guideline, they had to move into a village called, there's a village that, to move outside the Tema enclave into a village, I'm told Dawa, I saw it somewhere in the report. It is because the guideline had to be followed. So, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly, I will have to say that if this had met the guideline, we as a house we have to be honorable to approve the report if it has met the guideline, unless any member has reason to say that there's this guideline that has not been approved, that any of these companies have not met the guideline, then we can look at those issues and then make sure that each and every one of them meets the guideline. But once they meet the guideline, Mr. Speaker, it will be very difficult when we develop a guideline. The guideline is met. Is that like what we recently fought the law school, where they have their pass mark? People pass, they say that yeah, you pass, but you cannot go. It becomes difficult to say that yes, you met the guideline, yet it cannot be approved. I would want to urge colleagues that if these companies have met the guideline, let us approve it. And if we want to improve the guideline, let's call the guideline and add many more things into the guideline, so that we make sure that any company who doesn't meet the minimum in the guideline cannot be granted the waiver that they may be requesting. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge colleagues that unless strongly there's something in the guideline that has not been met, we consider our position to approve these companies to be able to expand their work and do the things that they have to do. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Honorable members, I definitely have an imperative to attend to, so I'll suspend sitting for 5 minutes. Did you hear my first sentence? Then why oh?
The people should be careful.
Honorable members, debate to continue. Yes, Honorable Adongo.
For this mic is on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the main reason why this should not go through is precisely the issues that you have raised. If you look at paragraph 20, documents referred to, and this is the report we have filed in this house. The report is very clear that the documents we refer to in our work is the 1992 Constitution, the Public Financial Management Act, and the standing orders of this house. There is no mention of guidelines. And as a matter of fact, after the guidelines was passed, this document did not come back to committee for consideration. So if we had considered it with the guidelines, we have no problem. So at worst, this thing should go back to the committee for us to test it against the guidelines and make the appropriate recommendations to the House. As it is now, I have been seriously ambushed by this report. That I am a member of the Finance Committee, and I can attest to you that I have not had the opportunity to look at this document.
You have made an excellent and valid point. Chairman, what do you say to this? The guidelines that we approved.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Adongo is saying is accurate, but it is because the guidelines that we approved here made changes to companies that were expanding. the guidelines made no changes to the incentives for companies that were moving to new districts. But we have the guidelines. So that is why, because these four had already been laid, and it was the treatment.
There's a fundamental issue he has raised, that the committee did not even have the opportunity to refer to the guidelines that we approved. That is a fundamental issue. Now you are talking about the guideline applying to this. That's your individual understanding of the guidelines, not the committee. I would not want us to belabor this point. I want to refer the matter back to the committee. Take the guidelines, go through with your report, and then resubmit the report as early as possible. I think you can do this within 2 days. We'll go through it and make sure that the property is done. Yes, you see, you want to continue with the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a submission that while you refer this matter back to the Finance Committee, the Trade and Industry Committee, which frankly has more information or authority on the issue of 1D, 1F. We said strongly, we communicated this, that it was wrong that the Trade and Industry Committee was not involved in this very important matter. And so while you are referring that, I humbly submit that you include the Trade and Industry Committee to be part of the discussion, so we can give a perspective on this issue of tax exemptions. That, quite frankly, we've communicated it here on this floor, that we've spent so much already on 1D, 1F, and that if we are able to engage the Finance Committee, we believe there will be a perspective that will be very helpful to this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think that, Honourable Member, is too late in the day. What I can do is to encourage the members on the Trade and Industry Committee to attend, but to now try to amend the earlier order and make it a joint committee will not be regular. And so I want to encourage you to attend the meetings of the Finance Committee and make inputs. Definitely this is a matter that is being handled by the Trade and Industry Ministry, which comes under the purview of the Committee on Trade and Industry. So that should have been the initial order. But a lot of work has been done by the Finance Committee because dealing with tax waiver. And I think that was what misled the one who was presiding to make that order. But in any case, it's before the House. Any member of the House can attend any committee meeting. It's only when it comes to voting that you don't have a voting right, but you can make your inputs. And when you come to the floor and you see that your inputs have not been captured by the committee and you disagree with the report of the committee, you are at liberty to try to convince the whole House to go with you on these matters. So that is what I can say. But I think I stand by my earlier directive that the matter be referred back to the committee. The committee should go through the report in tandem with the guidelines that we have approved as a House, and then resubmit it within 2 days. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, first of all, we thank you for your guidance, and we are totally in support of that. So, Speaker, under the circumstance, shall we now move on to page 10 and take item 12?
Honourable members, before we do that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand your ruling, but there is an aspect of it which a concern was raised before this work was done by the Trade Committee. We insisted, the Trade Committee, we insisted that the Committee for Trade should participate in the work that the Finance Committee did.
more so when it has to do with a serious policy that has everything to do with the Trade Committee. So I do understand that, yes, it is too late, but if we attend the meeting as just observers, there is not much we can do, more so when about 60% of the work we're supposed to do on this document is done at the committee level, which is described as the workshop of Parliament. So I'm humbly suggesting and appealing to your vast experience that when you are in extreme realities, you need extreme resolutions. And I think that this particular issue is an extreme reality. If we want to do a work that everybody will be satisfied, I think that if you can take a second look at your ruling, I think it would help all of us and help the work that is supposed to be done by these two committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, if you are interested in getting my ruling or directive revised, you know what to do. From what you stated, nobody prevented members of the Committee on Trade and Industry from participating in the meetings and sessions of the Finance Committee. It's only because the referral was to the committee. That is what did not encourage you to participate. But our standing orders are very clear. If you read Order 197, particularly the paragraph at page 125, it says, any member of the House who is not a member of a committee may, unless the House or the committee concerned otherwise orders, take part in the public proceedings of the committee, but he may not vote or may not or move any motion, nor shall he be part of any quorum. Such a member may attend private sittings subject to the approval of the committee. So you are not an observer. No. You are entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee, unless it's a private meeting where usually they want to exclude people, including strangers. So you are entitled, and as I stated, you are entitled now to attend and participate. But to go back and amend the earlier ruling or directive is what I said is not regular. You know the reason is from the standard orders. Again, as to how a ruling or decision of a speaker is revised. I go by the rules. When the new standing orders come and you want to change it, you may do so and I'll be guided. But as at now, there is a process that I'll have to pass through before that is done. Because that becomes a decision of the House. It deals with the House, not me as an individual. So I can't sit here and just throw it overboard. It must be the House that will consider it, either agree with your position or agree with my position. When they agree with the position of the Speaker, the directive and order stands. When they disagree with it, it is revised accordingly. It's not for the Speaker to suo motu, as an individual, take that decision. That is not proper parliamentary practice. So please, as well refer the matter, and I will direct that motions numbered 14, 16, 18, and 20 on today's order paper be the proper thing is to defer those motions for reconsideration by the Finance Committee and other members who are interested in the matter. I so direct. Honorable members, the guide given to me is for us to take item 12, subject to your convenience. Then after that, we will now grant opportunity for the tax exemption bill to be laid. And the members will have the opportunity to go through the provisions of the bill. So we'll move on to item 12 at page 10 of the order paper. Motion, Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea for an amount in Korean won not exceeding the equivalent of 147,100,000 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the improvement of Water Lake Transport System project. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I proceed to present your committee's report. We met with officials from the relevant ministries. And Mr. Speaker, the terms of this highly concessional facility are clearly stated under paragraph 4 of your committee's report. The project cost breakdown provided under paragraph 5. The observations of the committee provided under paragraph 6, which, Mr. Speaker, takes me to the conclusion. Your committee, having critically examined the agreement and found the terms to be concessional and favorable, respectfully recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the motion. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion.
You rise to second the motion.
To second the motion for the approval of the Finance Committee report for the approval of an amount of 147 million to finance the implementation of the improvement of Water Lake Transport System project. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the chairman of the committee, this is an extremely concessionary facility, inclusive of the grace period. It has a repayment period of about 40 years. The interest is less than 1%, and that makes it very concessional. The level of concession is about 66% of that money is a grant. It is therefore important that we approve this transaction so that the Water Lake Transport has the opportunity to improve its services and develop the inland port services of our country. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable, let me listen to the Honourable member for Ashaiman, right?
Asujaman.
Asujaman, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not from Ashaiman. He is.
Hey, Ashaiman City, you can't refer to it like that. But I want to be from Ashama. Ashama City is a very important...
Ashama is a very important city.
Yes,
I agree.
Very important
but I
city.
mean, I'm not a hatchet man from Ashama. He is Honorable Noble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to support this, the approval of this facility for a number of reasons. Honorable Adongo has already stated, and it is also in the report that it is 66% concessional. That makes it very cheap for us. And Mr. Speaker, we all know the importance of the Volta Lake Transport Limited and the fact that it has been deviled with a lot of challenges. It has a very huge potential to promote water transport in this country, but because of the lack of availability of a lot of vessels and other equipment that will help them improve on their services, they are being seriously underutilized. And this Volta Lake Transport Limited is actually connecting about 5 regions in this country. And so if we are able to approve this facility and they are well equipped, there will be a lot of, will ease a lot of pressure on our roads as a lot of people will shift to water transport, because these new vessels will be efficient, and all the other facilities that have been stated in this report will enhance the appetite for people to use water transport, and all the goods and services, especially goods that will be required to be transported via water, will also move faster, and it will enhance the transportation of these goods. So I want to encourage all of us that this particular facility is very important for Mother Ghana. And you know that Volta Lake has a very, the biggest facility is in Akosombo, in my constituency. That also informs why I'm passionate about this. So I urge all of us to support this particular facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is very obvious, but well, let me allow more members. Let's listen to the lady first, then after that, Honorable Kwame Abuja will take you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the report in connection to the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of Ghana and the Republic of Korea. And Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the people of the Salaga South constituency who border the Volta Lake at Makango and Yeji. And I will want the House to facilitate the passage of this agreement so that the loan can be accessed, and then the additional stroke, not just additional, but new vessels will be deployed on the lake to facilitate travel and movement of goods and passengers on the Volta Lake. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, currently there is just one ferry that serves the Makango-Yeji end of the Volta Lake. And this vessel is docked at Yeji. The first ferry, as we call it, moves at 9 a.m. in the morning from Yeji and doesn't get to Makango till between 10 and 11 a.m. So commuters traveling from the north through Yeji to Kumasi, which is a shorter route than going through Kintampo, have to wait at Makango and only get to depart Makango between 12 and 1 p.m. What this means is that there's a lot of time wasted waiting for the ferry to arrive from Yeji and to move the people to Yeji in order that they can continue with their journey. I want to believe that once this loan is accessed, the Ministry of Transport and the Volta Lake Transport Company will be able to add additional vessels on that stretch of the Volta Lake, so that the ferries can move concurrently, that people are able to move and go to where they are traveling to and attend to business on a timely basis. Mr. Speaker, the other issue of concern is that the current vessel that we have carries both human beings and cargo. And cargo from that side includes livestock, cattle, goats, sheep, and they all mix together on the ferry. This doesn't make the travel across the river very conducive. So we are hoping that at least when the new ferries are being acquired, the ministry will take cognizance of this difficulty and make sure that there will be compartments for cargo and compartments for human passengers. The third issue, Mr. Speaker, is that when we have two ferries on the lake, it will reduce the incidence of boat accidents that lead to the loss of life on the river. I will therefore want to encourage this House to support this agreement so that it can facilitate movement and travel on the Volta Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Member, experience what you just described as far back as 1977. I went through the ferry and I really know what it means to go through that corridor. But it's important that as a country, we are now realizing the fact that the Volta River and the Volta Lake is a very important growth pool for this country. It's been neglected, and I think that I should recommend Professor Ayensu's book, a well-researched documentary for all of you to try to read it and see what we have neglected, the resources that are available for us there to tap, and yet we go to poor countries to go and get loans to come and develop our country. That can't happen. I'm happy that it's from Korea. South Korea have advanced a lot in river transport. And those of you who have had the opportunity to go there, and I'll be prepared to support a team to go there to see for yourselves what river transport and rivers can do to a country if you focus on it. I'm prepared to support you to go there. Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Right, Honorable Speaker. All right, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in full support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the terms of this loan, as the finance people have said, is very generous. And as you said, the loan is coming from South Korea. It's a concessionary loan. But Mr. Speaker, we also know, as you said, the experiences we've had on the Volta Lake. Ever so often we heard tragic stories of especially school children, traders, trying to go to school, some trying to do their business, getting drowned because of the conditions under which they are traversing the river. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I believe if we do the necessary investment on the Volta River, we might be able to create jobs, tourism, and a lot of things can happen. Mr. Speaker, that is why I believe this agreement is very useful. Indeed, the government in the past have procured some ferries. If we cast our minds back, not too long ago when Adomi Bridge was being refurbished, two ferries were, brand new ferries were constructed. When the bridge was completed, they were relocated to the other side of the river. But we still need more crossing points. That is the reason for this. And this loan will deal with that. Mr. Speaker, if you read page 7 of the report, observations, these vessels will be bought and given to Volta Lake Transport Company Limited. But this loan is in the name of Minister of Finance and Minister of Transport. But the Volta Lake Transport Company Limited is under VRA. So I think a government ought to take a decision as to whether if these vessels are bought and given to Volta Lake Transport Company Limited, how is the Minister of Transport going to oversee or monitor and to ensure that they are used in the way we want it to be used? I think there's something that we can't solve it today, but I think it's something that we need to consider in the future as to whether Volta Lake Transport Company Limited should continue to be just an entity under VRA, or we should just say that maybe it comes under Ministry of Transport, because currently it's Ministry of Transport that is doing the investment. Mr. Speaker, if we go to page 9 as well, Mr. Speaker, whilst this is, we are told that this is a budget of $140-something million, Mr. Speaker, I'm seriously concerned if I look at the distribution of the money. Normally, when we are putting up to a project, contingency should be around 10%. If you see the real cost of the project, it's just about $120 million. If you were to add the contingency, which is $26 million, which is about 20%. And at the committee, it was said that, oh, it's just contingency. Mr. Speaker, when you are going to borrow money or for something, you borrow equitably, that you borrow just enough to do the things. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the ministry to pay attention to the utilization of the contingency, because as far as I'm concerned, it's way above what a normal contingency of 10% should be. This is above that. And then we are also seeing for a project worth $120 million, a consultancy of $10 million extra. I hope joint value for money auditing, but I'm told this one they go through competitive tendering. The reason I'm a bit comfortable with this is this, Mr. Speaker. The anti-corruption agencies and the way the Koreans audit their projects are quite meticulous. Yes. It is not very likely for them to leave it out for anybody to do whatever they like. So I take consolation in the fact that these figures might actually change when it comes to the implementation of the project. So I encourage colleagues to fully support this, but government should consider in the future whether value for money, whether Volta Lake Transport Company Limited should remain just an entity under VRA, yet Ministry of Transport investing $147 million to retool that organization. I think there's something of a mismatch that we needed to correct in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Member, thanks so much. It's important to emphasize the point of vigilance. Yes, Korea, they really have very good systems in place, but our committee and the ministry should be vigilant. It's a Korean company that constructed the tallest building in the world, Burj Khalifa in Dubai. It's a Korean company, and really have very good construction companies. But if you decide not to be vigilant, definitely everybody will take advantage. But it's quite a good project, and I think that we should take it on board. So I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, we will now move to the consequential resolution, which is item 13.
Speaker,
yes.
I will seek your kind leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance. It's your leave.
Granted.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the resolution item listed, item 13, resolution listed as item 13 on page 10 on today's order paper be adopted. Thank you.
Yes, seconder.
Right, Speaker, second the motion.
Motion for the adoption of the resolution moved and seconded. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House has accordingly resolved, in accordance with the terms as stated in item 13 on page 10 and 11 of the order paper. Honourable members, may we now look at order paper addendum. before we go into the questions. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
With our respect, exactly so. We are due to take questions, and Minister has been in the House for some time. I know. So with respect, before then, we'll go on to the other paper addendum and take item 1. Item 2 and 3 will be deferred to tomorrow. We'll take item 1, after which we'll take the questions.
Honorable members, order paper addendum. Page 1, at the commencement of public business, item 1, presentation of papers. The following paper to be presented by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Tax Exemptions Bill 2022.
Honorable members, the paper is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of the House. With this, we move to item 5, questions. Questions. We have 10 questions. Standing the names of various members of Parliament for the attention of the Minister for Roads and Highways, who has been with us since morning. Honorable Minister, we thank you for your patience. It's good that you are here. You are always here anyway. We have so many more questions for you, and I want to urge the Business Committee to try and at least program the questions. There are so many of them for the attention of the Minister. So we start with question number 484, who stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Ho Central, Honorable Benjamin Komla Udo. You may now ask your question. Honorable members, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the dual carriage road from Sokode Game to Ho City Center will be completed.
Honorable Minister, Sokode is my village, so you have to take it serious. Yes. The answer, please.
No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ho is the capital city of the Ho municipality in the Volta region of Ghana. The road is a 10.5-kilometer road and starts from Sokode Bagame to Ho Civic Center. The project, when completed, will increase the road capacity, improve traffic mobility, and improve road safety. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract titled Dualization of the Whole Main Road from Civic Center to Sokode Bagame, measuring 10.5 kilometers, was awarded on 8th August 2016 for completion by 8th February 2018, which was later revised to 31st December 2022. The project is at 60% physical completion and works are currently ongoing. Mr. Speaker, work done to date include approximately 7.75 kilometers of the road, that is from kilometer 2.450 to kilometer 10.200 RHS, and RHS is right-hand side of the carriageway constructed up to Banda course. Banda course laid between kilometer 7 plus 600 to kilometer 10 plus 200
LHS, that is left-hand side, crash rock base laid between kilometer 6 plus 5.80 to 10 plus 200 LHS. 4. Sub-base from kilometer 2 plus 450 to kilometer 10 plus 200 left-hand side. Curbs, laybys, drains, and other ancillary works are all ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, in a supplementary.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Given that this road contract or this road project was started in 2016 to date, that adds up to 7 years for a short route, 10.5 kilometers, which means on the average it is 1.5 kilometers per year. And we have not even covered the entire road stretch. It is just up to the outside perimeters of so-called Elokwe. It has not entered the whole town. So at this rate, when does the minister think that the project can be truly completed? Because if the average is 1.5 kilometers per year, and we are again fixing December 2022, how sure is the minister that it can be finished by that date?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a dual carriage road, so if we talk about 10.5 kilometers, we are already considering one side of it. It means that we are talking about 21 kilometers of road works to be done. So don't limit it to only 10.5 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, a lot of work has been done on this road since 2016, and almost 2 years ago, the left side, that is the whole bound side, Honourable Member will bear witness, was fully completed and was open to traffic. The right side is now being worked on, and the dual carriageway starts from Sokode up to the University Junction. No, and that side is almost part of itself. And to answer my colleague directly, the work will be completed before this year closes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, the problem on this road has financing. Because the contractor comes, he does some work out for lack of payment of his certificate. So can the minister say that, or tell this house that the financial challenges which have bedeviled progress on the road have now been overcome, so that we will not see the contractor packing his equipment and leaving site before December 2022 with the job uncompleted? Can he tell us whether the financial challenges have been overcome or full provisions have been made for work to be completed as detailed here?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this road has had a checkered history. There's no doubt about that. Talking about difficulties in financing, yes, the road was awarded on 31st May 2016, and even by the close of 2016, the road had suffered its first problem. The contractor had even abandoned site, all because of delay in payment. And between that time and now, on record, almost 50 million Ghana cedis, has been paid. That is why the project has been going on, almost quite consistently. And Mr. Speaker, I have indicated that the project is scheduled for completion before the close of this year, and because we pay, if not regularly, intermittently, payment is effected. That's why currently the contractor is on site. So, Mr. Speaker, we are on course as far as this project is concerned. Thank you.
Very well. I proceed to question number 491, the name of the honorable member for Medina, Mr. Francis Abia Kojosusu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what steps the ministry is taking to fix drainages within Medina municipality.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the La Nkwantanan Medina is one of the municipal assemblies of the Greater Accra region, with Medina as its capital. The network of drains within the municipality consists of primary, that is storm drains, secondary and tertiary. The planning, construction and maintenance of primary drainage structures is part of the mandate of the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Department of Urban Roads mandate includes the construction and maintenance of secondary and tertiary drainage structures as part of road infrastructure development. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Urban Roads is undertaking rehabilitation and upgrading of selected roads within the Nkwantanan. The works include the construction of tertiary and secondary drains as appropriate. This is necessary to protect the roads and reduce flooding in the community. The following are the project locations and the statuses. 1. Rehabilitation of selected roads in Oyarifa, measuring 9.4 kilometers. The drainage components are listed. Mr. Speaker, the drainage component 1 completes 0.41 kilometers of drains, and the status is that the work is ongoing. Is at 53%, and contractor is not on site. 2 is rehabilitation of selected roads in Kweyman area, Damfa. It will deal with 7.23 kilometers of drains and is at 73%. That is the status. 3. Upgrading of Oyarifa Special Ice Area roads. That is phase 2, covering 3.1 kilometers and is also at 60%. And contractor is on site. 4. Upgrading of Medina Estate, Tatana and Nkwantanan area roads, measuring 7 kilometers and is only 5% completion, and the contractor is not on site. 5. Minor rehabilitation of Medina Melcom Road and is 48% completion, and contractor is on site. 6. Rehabilitation of selected roads in Teiman area roads measuring 7 kilometers, and contractor is not on site and only 4% is achieved. 7. Upgrading of police quarters, Chicago area roads and Medina Zongo, 25% completion, contractor not on site. 8. Upgrading of Pantan Village roads, phase 2, measuring 1.1 kilometers, 60% completion, and contractor is not on site. 9. Rehabilitation of Adentan New Site Area Road, phase 2, 4.5 kilometers. Also, the status is 24% completion, and contractor is on site. Rehabilitation of Adentan New Site Area Road, phase 1, measuring 5 kilometers, and 44% completion, and contractor is on site. 11. Upgrading of Medina Lanquantanan Chief Palace Road, 0.88 kilometers. Site possession meeting has been done and project is yet to commence. 12. Rehabilitation of Oyarifa High Tension. Site possession meeting has also been done and project is yet to commence. Area roads of that part of Accra measuring 3.2 kilometers. Project is yet to commence. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that the Department of Urban Roads has also planned to implement other road projects within the La Nkwantana municipality to complement the ongoing roads. In addition to these projects, we will liaise with the Hydrological Services Division for the construction and maintenance of the primary drains, which have direct impact on our roads. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answers provided by the Honorable Minister, a number of the road projects mentioned, together with its drainage component, have stalled within the Medina constituency. At least from the answers he gave from number 1, number 2, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 9, all of them are projects that are below 50%, and yet the contractors are not on site. Can he tell the people of Medina, and for that matter, the people of Ghana, when these contractors will be back on site to ensure that those projects are done?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's true that out of the 12 contracts awarded, about 5 of them or so are not on site. Some are also on site working, and 2, 3 of them, the contractors are yet to take possession of site and to commence work. We have a procedure that we go through. You are awarded a contract and we realize that you don't have capacity to work. We go through that legal process to terminate it, repackage it, and re-award it. So that will be followed. And the rules here are not in exception. We shall give them that treatment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the answer provided on the page 33, particularly the 7th road, the one that has to do with upgrading of police quarters, Chicago, Accra Road, and Medina Zongo. The minister said it's ongoing. By my checks this morning shows that that work is actually not ongoing. It's not that nothing is happening on that site. Then secondly, when the second project, that is rehabilitation of selected roads in Kwema area to Damfa. The minister will recall that that road was one of the reasons why I led my constituents in demonstration last year in October in demanding for those roads to be fixed. The contractor came to site briefly, but since then has never been on site. So the information provided that the road is ongoing and it is 73% complete is not accurate. So would the minister consider a visit to the site? I'm willing to help the minister, lead the minister to all this site to ascertain these works, that the road contractors are not there and they are not working, and the information they provided is completely misleading.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the technical information provided, and I do not have any reason not to rely on it. However, if my honourable colleagues is saying otherwise, I will also not doubt him, since he is a sitting MP for the area. So I will verify. But he made a statement that he led his constituents to go on demonstration, and now he has thrown an invitation to me for us to pay a visit on that road. I think it's a better alternative, and he should have done that in the first place, instead of leading his constituents on demonstration. That will not yield any useful results.
Honourable Member, that part of the question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think I'm done, and I hope that we would be able to do the visit to the site to ascertain that very soon.
Thank you. Question number 496, name of Honourable Member Ketu South, Ms. Abaji Fagomashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Diamond Cement Road and the Komla Dumo Road in the Ketu South constituency will be considered for works to begin. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Diamond Cement Road is a 4-kilometer corridor of the N1 highway in the Ketu South municipality. This road forms a section of a bypass that connects the whole to Denu Highway at Uduaba Junction to the Aflao police station on the N1 highway. It provides access to the district and circuit courts in the area, as well as the Diamond Cement Factory. Mr. Speaker, the Comrade Dumo Road is 11.2 kilometer corrected off the N1 highway of Atafrao. It connects the R10 at Denu in the Ketu South municipality and provides accessibility to several communities along the corridor. Currently, Mr. Speaker, road inventory have been conducted on the Diamond Cement Road and the Comrade Dumont Road. Inventory reports and bill of quantities have been submitted to the Department of Urban Roads Head Office for review and submission to the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, moving into the future, I want to say that upon approval of this proposal, work will be considered in the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the senior colleague and Minister for Roads and Highways, when this inventory was done, do you know when the inventory was done, please?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had the inventory since first quarter of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'd like to have a copy of it, if you please. And moving on to ask my supplementary question, my second one, I think. What information is available to you on when the road inventory was taken, when it will appear in the budget, and when we can hope to see some work done on that particular stretch of road? Mr. Speaker, I ask this question because, as you have indicated in the response, the Diamond Cement is on that road. And I've had cause to receive a letter from them, and I've attached a copy and added a letter to your office. We want to see something done on that road. It would please me greatly if you can indicate to us when we can see you and have further discussions on this matter.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want for the information of my honorable colleague that discussion on this road has been going on. Perhaps if I had contacted her a bit earlier, he may not have even put in this question. Because what he's saying is true. I even received a letter from Togwe, the chief of Aflao. I don't know whether you copy, but when I received the letter, I think a day or two, I left the jurisdiction. I traveled, but I have had a discussion with some officials and then from the Diamond Cement people. And I indicated that on my return, I would invite them to the office, have discussion on the road, to let them know the inventory that had been taken together with the sitting MP. But I could not reach you before this question. So, Mr. Speaker, work is going on this project. And after that, I can hold a discussion with you and we can meet the chief and talk about it. Thank you very much.
Do you have any more?
Mr. Speaker, you just said that work is ongoing. Honorable Minister. You just indicated, you just slipped into saying that the work is ongoing, and that gave me a jolt.
Honorable, did you say work is ongoing?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I did say that we have collected inventory on this road and it's a process. So we are working on it in the office. That is why I was kindly sending to you that when I invite the representative of Togwe, of course, you as a sitting MP must be part of it, and then we hold a common discussion on it. So it's going on in my ministry, and I'm not saying it's going on site, but we have to work together to push it. Thank you.
The next question also in the name of the honourable member for Ketu South.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways when the Denu to Swansea Beach Road and the Viepa to the Beach Road will have bitumen surface. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, beginning with the background on the Swansea Beach Road. This road is 1.1 kilometer collector of the N1 highway from Denu to the Swansea Beach. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Denu to the Swansea Beach Road is captured under the contract upgrading of selected roads in Ketu South Municipality project measuring 5.2 kilometers. The project commenced on 28th December 2020 for completion on 28th June 2022. The work is ongoing with 19% physical completion achieved, including 300 meters of 0.6 meter U-drain. 2. Viape to Beach Road. Mr. Speaker, this is a fishing community located in the Ketu South Municipality. The Viape Beach Road is a 1.2 kilometer collector of the N1 highway and 2.5 kilometers from the Denu Junction. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the Viape Beach Road. But the future program is that engineering design studies and estimates for the upgrading of the Viape to Beach Road has been completed. The intervention will be considered in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, in the answer you say that the project commenced on the 28th of December 2020 for completion on the 28th of June 2022. I came back from Ketu South yesterday, and that 19% is even questionable. Now that the date has elapsed, when is the projected period within which this road will be finished? Thank you.
Yes,
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that this project should have taken 2 years to complete from the original commencement date of 28 December 2020, almost about 1.5 years to complete. And if you look at the completion percentage of 19, is quite low. So it's like as if the project hasn't gone too far. So now that the completion date has elapsed, if we revive it, at least it should go between 12 to 15 months for completion. So once it's revived, we can look at, say, around June 2023, and we shall try to work towards that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to cut the Honourable Minister some slack but it will be based on your agreeing to come and visit us in Ketu South so we can see the town roads all together. Will the Honourable Minister consider that? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Would you like the slack or the visit? Which one?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it will be a great joy and honor to go together with my colleague. So it's accepted. So let's meet and agree and fix a date.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions. I'll take him up on his word. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The next question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Crowe, Ms. Agnes Namu-Molate. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when construction of the following roads will be completed. 1, the Alimawo Road. 2, the Gaza Road. It's Gaza, not Gafa. And then 3, Klosai Ata Odamite Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Krowo municipality is one of the municipal assemblies of the Greater Accra region, with Nungwa as its capital. 1, Alimawo Road, and then 2, Gafe Road being taken together. Mr. Speaker, currently the aforementioned roads are part of the project titled Design and Construction of 85 kilometers of arterial roads and critical local road development in Teshinungwa, Accra. The commercial agreement was approved by Parliament on 7 November 2020. The works will commence as soon as all the conditions precedent in the commercial agreement are met. Three, Krusai to Ata Odamite Road. Mr. Speaker, the Krusai to Ata Odamite Road is located within the Nungwa municipality of the Greater Accra region. There is no program for the above road, but the future program is that engineering design studies and condition survey will be conducted on this road to determine the appropriate upgrading intervention for consideration in the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I confirm from the Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, if he's saying there's no current plan for the Klosai Ato Damiti Road?
What he means by that? Was your question what he meant by there's no planning? Can you repeat your question?
I was asking, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister could confirm that there's no plan for the construction of the Klosai Ato Damiti Road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from my answer, I did not say that there are no plans. I said, and I gave the future program on this road by indicating that engineering design studies and condition survey will be conducted on the road to determine the appropriate upgrading intervention for consideration in the 2023 budget. So it means, there is a program for it, and we shall pursue this program, as the future program
for it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was only trying to confirm whether there was an immediate or no immediate. Thank you for the response. Mr. Speaker, under the circumstances and the dangers posed by the construction of the interchange at Nungwa, especially around the barrier area, and then in the wake of an almost fatal accident where a 40-footer container fell off the road recently, and then the dangers of pedestrians commuting in between vehicles on swampy and bumpy roads, and the most devastating one is school children having to walk through mud with the rains in now to and from school. Will the minister consider my appeal to his office for a field visit to find an urgent solution to the current challenges we are faced?
Yes, Minister. Today you are getting too many invitations, and I don't like it that they are coming from the women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think for my honorable colleague, it's a fair comment, and I share in his anxiety to make the construction site safe for people, pedestrians, particularly school children. And I've had the occasion to visit the ongoing 3-tier interchange at the barrier, and I have on each occasion cautioned the contractors to ensure that they maintain very high safety standards on site. But the site naturally was a little bit messy, because of the torrential rains that were experienced, I think, the past 1 month or so. So I share that concern, which you have expressed. We will continue to make sure that we impress upon the contractor to make safe for the safety of our people. So we shall work together on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, please, just an urgent appeal again. I have written to his office, I have showed him pictures that depict the danger around the site with no option of alternative routes. So I will once again appeal if Mr. Speaker will grant a field visit so that together with him and the contractors will find a solution to the challenges there. Anybody in this house who has used the Accra Tema Road or Nungwa Tema Road can attest to what I'm talking about. It takes more than an hour now to, sometimes cross to the other side. So please, Mr. Speaker, an urgent and a humble appeal.
I wonder whether my powers extend to granting field trips, but I'm sure the Honourable Minister has heard you. Consult with him for a visit. Honourable Minister, please assure her that you visit the site.
Mr. Speaker, this one is a great challenge on me, since she had even made the appeal through your good self, the Right Honourable Speaker. I want to assure you that it will be another privilege to visit the site with you, colleague. No, I assure you it will be done.
Very well. Question number 606. In the name of the Honourable Member for Central Tongue, Alexander Roosevelt Hotoje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the Ministry's plans for the construction of Bafikumasi Kwarakope Road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Mafi Kumasi to Kwadadekope Road is an 11-kilometer partially engineered feeder road with fair surface condition and located in the central Tong district of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no rehabilitation program on the road. The future program is that engineering design studies will be conducted during the third quarter of 2022 for cost estimates to be prepared. Thereafter, implementation will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the road is very, very bad, highly immotorable. Would the ministry consider maybe some reshaping work to make it motorable for users as in the short term?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very, very fair demand, and it falls within the confines of the work of my ministry, in the sense that until any road anywhere in Ghana is worked on, we carry out routine maintenance, at least to make the road motorable, particularly where it's found that the road poses danger to pedestrians and vehicle owners. So that will be considered. And I always invite my colleagues that we should not end such requests from the day we ask questions. So, there are a lot of them. So let's work together and let's make sure that something is done on that road. I thank you.
Are you done? Very well. The next question is question number 608, the same honourable member for South Central Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Juapong Ajidoma Road, which was awarded on contract as far back as 2016, will be completed.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ajidoma Road is 54.4 kilometers and located in the district of the Volta region. Currently, the contract for the upgrading of this road commenced on 28th July 2016 for completion on 27th June 2019. The completion date was extended to 31st December 2020. The contractor has executed the following activities. Clearing 100% is done, earthworks 95% done, concrete works 95% done, sub-base 100% done, base 97% done, surfacing 72% done. The overall progress of work is projected at 90% physical completion. The delay in completion of the project is due to delayed payment for work done. The future program on this road is that, Mr. Speaker, the contractor awaits payment to be able to complete the outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my first supplementary question, I want to correct something that they have written here. The road is located between, it's a road project that is for the two districts. That is both North and Central. It's not only for Central. It's both north and central. So, yeah. North and central Tong districts is for both districts. My first supplementary question. What measures are being put in place to pay the contractor in time so as to allow him to finish the rest of the stretch that is left undone?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for the correction, and I've taken note of it. Mr. Speaker, from my answer, you can see that a substantial work, very, very substantial work has been done on this project. And if you look at the scope of work, some, at least about two of them, even 100% completion has been achieved. The rest are in very high percentage of 97, 95, 95. And the overall completion percentage is at 90. So, Mr. Speaker, we are working very fast on this road because it has come to a point where with little money, the contractor will apply bitumen on this road because they have been able to develop it up to base level. And at that high level of completion, there's no way we will allow it to deteriorate, particularly with the ongoing rainfall. We have to save the road. So everything possible is being done, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we arrange some funds for the road to be saved as quickly as practicable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister as to whether he is aware that the surfacing, that is at 72% completion, is getting bad now because the rest of the places have not been tarred. Those places that have been tarred, and vehicles continue flying on it, and they are equally getting bad as they were before they were tarred. Is the minister really aware of that?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is not unknown to me, and that is what I alluded to in my supplementary answer, because it's still at the F gravels stage, the base stage, and until the road is primer sealed, it's still at the F stage. So if it rains, the surface will quickly deteriorate. That's why I'm saying that in order to save the road, because the contractor has worked up to a very substantial level of the base. So we shall do everything possible to save the road. That one I want to give you the ministries and government assurance on it. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 609. This is Norton, Central Tone, not Norton. So, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for your magnanimity. I want to find out from the hardworking Roads Minister if the ministry is considering some negotiations with the contractor, seeing that he's almost there, 90%, so that he can just complete it, Finance Ministry to pay him later, because we have extended the completion period from 2019 then to 2020. Now he's gotten to 90%. If we continue to delay, the road deteriorates, and then we may have to spend more to return to site and finish up. So are you considering that negotiating with the contractor to just finish up so that, by all means, as of government, when government owes you, government will pay so that he can finish up the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my ministry all the time takes advantage of that option. But at times, it's also necessary that between the contractor and the employer is the government, so that if a contractor works to such a very high level, of course, we must be honest, the employer must also complement that effort. So we always hold that discussion. And if a contractor has, the resources and the capacity to complete it fully, why not? We will urge the contractor to do that. But that's notwithstanding, from the employer's point of view, we are also trying to meet the contractor, at least to complete the road. So that option, is always being taken. And I thank you for that suggestion.
Very well. We'll move on to question number 609. Honourable Member for Kachi North, Mr. Peter Nochukotoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has to resume works on the Avedakpa-Akachi-Avonapoma Road, which was started in 2016 and abandoned since 2017, as the road has become a death trap to commuters between the two districts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Avedakpa to Akachi to Avepeme Road is 28 kilometers long and located in the Akachi North District of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road was awarded on contract together with other roads under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Agbozume Gokru Feeder Road, measuring 10.5 kilometers. Akachi Kove Avedakpa Feeder Road, measuring 28 kilometers. Akachi Dagbamate to Avenopeme Road, measuring 11.85 kilometers. And Akachi Zazi Supe Feeder Road, measuring 20.7 kilometers in 2016. The total contract package was rationalized in 2017, after which the contractor was supposed to have continued with the works. This is being negotiated and the necessary approvals will be sought. It is expected that work will commence as soon as the approvals are given. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. His answer has gone far to explain today that the information there by some political commentators that the road was never awarded on contracts has been clarified. In any case, Mr. Speaker, he said in his answer that the road package or the contract was rationalized. I want to find out what is rationalization package in his answer. I did not understand that very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
if we talk about rationalization of the road, what we mean is that if we detect the further the road as is put together vis-a-vis the capacity of the contractor would attract some problems during implementation. We have to negotiate with the contractor and rearrange the scope of the road. This is a road which was quite long, over 70 kilometers of road, and the amount, which is the contract sum, was also quite big, a little over 86 million Ghana cedis. Even though the contractor involved, Michels Darcos Limited, could undertake it. But if you look at the period that it will take to complete this project and where it was put, the funding source, as far back as 2016, the road fund at the time, could not carry that quantum of contract sum and the length of road. So we had to rationalize it and to hold discussion with the contractor to make it manageable, for the implementation to be smooth. And it had been going on for some time now, forwards and backwards. And that is what we are on now. So I hope that, pretty soon we will come to a firm conclusion on this matter for the road work to start. And we are going to follow the way the road is faced, because we have about four different roads all put together, totaling a little over 71 kilometers. So that is what we meant by rationalizing the project and making it more affordable for the contractor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he said negotiations are being made for approval before the contractor can go back to site. This is a contract that was awarded, work commenced, and then rationally packaged. Who is to give the approval for the contractor to return to site, and how soon? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I understand his explanation, says that they decided that it was too long, so you break it up. And once you break it up, it becomes a new contract. Is that right? So I think the answer is already given. If you can ask another question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Can the minister assure the people of Akati North and Akati South that within the shortest possible time, work on the road will recommence, and how soon? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, it is the wish of the ministry, it is the wish of government, and the wish of everybody, including my honorable colleague, that work is started as soon as practicable. But there are a number of CPs that will have to be certified. Like conditions precedent have indicated that we are negotiating with the contractor, and the negotiation must have mutual agreement and acceptance by both the contractor and the employer. And few things have to be done. The scope will have to be agreed, and if we are able to do that, of course, subject to availability of funds to